Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. The sun mercilessly punished the dense vegetation of the Yucatan Peninsula, while Dr. Miguel Ramirez carefully wiped the sweat that ran down his tanned forehead. At 45 years old, after 2 decades dedicated to archaeology, he had never come across anything as intriguing as the symbols he had just discovered on the walls of that underground chamber. "Professor, we found something else," shouted Ana Sofia, his most dedicated assistant, a young 28-year-old archaeologist who made up for her inexperience with contagious enthusiasm. His brown eyes sparkled with excitement as he held a small, golden figurine. Miguel approached cautiously, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses to examine the artifact. The piece was extraordinary, an Aztec warrior in a fighting stance, sculpted with a precision that defied the technology of the time. The gold gleamed as if it had been polished the day before, despite having remained buried for centuries. "Extraordinary," muttered Miguel, picking up the figurine with gloved hands. "Look at the details of the clothing, the facial expression. This is exceptional work." Carlos, the expedition's photographer, a robust man in his 30s, was already in position to document the find when an icy, inexplicable wind blew past the camera, extinguishing some of the lanterns that illuminated the site. The heavy air in the cave seemed to grow even thicker, and an unsettling silence fell. "Is this normal?" asked Diana Martinez, the team's cultural anthropologist, a middle-aged woman with extensive experience in ancient rituals. His voice betrayed a concern that went beyond the unusual weather phenomenon. Miguel shook his head, his attention focused on the hieroglyphics that covered the walls. Years of study had allowed him to partially understand the ancient scriptures, and what he was beginning to decipher made him increasingly uneasy. "It talks about a treasure," he translated slowly, "but also about a curse. Each piece in this place carries a specific energy, a punishment for those who dare disturb them." The team looked at each other with a mix of skepticism and apprehension. Ana Sofia, always the most pragmatic, took a step forward. "Professor, with all due respect, we can't let ancient superstitions get in the way of our research. This could be the find of the century." Before Miguel could respond, an engine noise echoed through the cave entrance. Heavy footsteps and unfamiliar voices broke the sacred silence of the place. Jorge, the security guard who protected the entrance to the archaeological site, came running, panting. "Dr. Ramirez," he warned in an urgent whisper. "Armed men. They say they represent a private collector. They are demanding access to the site." Miguel's heart accelerated. He had dealt with looters before, but something about this situation felt different, more threatening. He quickly began organizing his team. "Diana, photograph all the hieroglyphics you can. Carlos, continue documenting the artifacts. Ana, help me pack the most important pieces. Jorge, how much time do you think we can save?" "5 minutes, maximum," replied the security guard, nervously. As they worked frantically, Miguel couldn't shake the feeling that they had awakened something beyond his understanding. The symbols on the walls seemed to pulse with an energy of their own, and the temperature continued to drop in an inexplicable way. Ana Sofia, who was carefully cradling the golden figurine, suddenly let out a scream. "Professor, the figurine is hot, and look at the inscriptions on the base." Miguel quickly approached. Symbols that had once been covered in centuries of sediment now glowed with a golden, pulsating light of their own. The words formed a clear warning. "He who disturbs the guardian's sleep will face their eternal wrath." The footsteps got closer and closer. A man's deep voice echoed through the cave. "Dr. Ramirez, we know you're there. We have a generous offer to make." Diana, who had finished photographing the hieroglyphs, approached Miguel with a worried look. "These inscriptions talk about specific rituals for each artifact. It seems that each piece needs to be treated in a particular way, or what?" asked Carlos, still frantically photographing. "Or the consequences will be devastating," Diana added, her voice barely above a whisper. Miguel looked at his team and the artifacts scattered around the chamber. Years of experience had taught him to trust his instinct, and in that moment, his entire being screamed that they were dealing with something far beyond simple archaeology. "We need to protect these parts," he decided, "not just from looters, but from anyone who might misuse them. If these warnings are true, we cannot risk these artifacts falling into the wrong hands." The sound of weapons being cocked echoed through the cave. The team looked at one another, knowing that the next decisions could determine not only the fate of the relics, but possibly their own lives. Ana Sofia, always practical, had already stored the golden statuette in her backpack. "There's a secondary exit," she whispered. "We discovered it yesterday, remember? We can use the side tunnel." Miguel nodded, his mind working quickly. "Jorge, can you slow them down?" The security guard smiled, determined. "Leave it, doctor. I know some tricks." As Jorge headed to the main entrance, Miguel quickly organized his team. "Diana, do you have photos of the hieroglyphs? We will need them to decipher how to reverse any manifestations these relics may cause." The footsteps got closer and closer, and the air in the chamber grew heavier by the second. Miguel knew they were about to embark on a journey far more dangerous than any ordinary archaeological expedition. It wasn't just a matter of preserving historical artifacts now. It was about protecting the world from forces that modern science was not yet prepared to understand. With backpacks loaded with the most important artifacts and essential documentation, the team prepared to escape through the secondary tunnel. Miguel's last glance at the main chamber caught the golden glow of the hieroglyphs on the walls, which seemed to pulse like an ancient heart, newly awakened from its centuries-old slumber. Miguel's heart was beating fast as he guided his team through the narrow secondary tunnel. The light from their flashlights created dancing shadows on the ancient walls, and the distant sound of invaders echoed behind them. Ana Sofia followed, close behind, clutching her backpack with the golden statuette to her chest, while Diana and Carlos brought up the rear. "Watch your head here," Miguel whispered, ducking to pass through a particularly low section of the tunnel. The air was increasingly thinner, and the weight of the artifacts in their backpacks seemed to increase with each step. Suddenly, a distant, scream echoed through the tunnels. It was Jorge. The group stopped instantly, their hearts racing. Ana Sofia grabbed Miguel's arm, her voice shaking slightly. "We need to go back for him." Miguel hesitated, the weight of responsibility weighing on his shoulders. Before he could respond, Diana interjected, "He gave us this chance. The best way we can help him is to make sure his sacrifice is not in vain." They continued advancing, now with more urgency. Carlos, who was photographing the tunnel as they moved, noticed something strange. "Professor, look at this." He pointed his flashlight at a series of symbols carved into the walls that looked different from the other hieroglyphics. Miguel approached to examine it. "Interesting. These are older, maybe even pre-Aztec. They look like a map." His fingers traced the lines etched into the stone, revealing a complex system of tunnels. Diana, who had approached, frowned. "There is something more here. These symbols speak of sacred paths and guardian portals." A sudden tremor shook the tunnel, causing small rocks to break loose from the ceiling. Ana Sofia quickly opened her backpack, revealing that the golden figurine was shining brightly. "It's getting hotter," she exclaimed, almost dropping the artifact. Miguel quickly took a piece of fabric from his own backpack and wrapped it around the figurine. The glow lessened, but the heat was still noticeable through the fabric. The hieroglyphics mentioned something about specific rituals, Diana recalled, quickly leafing through her notes by flashlight. Each artifact has its own frequency, so to speak. If not manipulated correctly, another tremor, stronger this time, interrupted his speech. The sound of falling rocks echoed through the tunnel, and a blast of cold air hit them. "This way." Miguel pointed to a fork to the right, following the map markings on the wall. The tunnel widened slightly, allowing them to walk more quickly. As they advanced, Carlos continued documenting everything with his camera. "I've never seen anything like this in all my years of archeological photography," he commented, adjusting the settings to capture the otherworldly glow that occasionally emanated from the artifacts. The sound of voices and footsteps behind them started to get louder again. The attackers had found the entrance to the secondary tunnel. "They have GPS and modern equipment," warned Ana Sofia. "We can't just run away without a plan." Miguel nodded, his mind working quickly. "Diana, what else were you able to translate about the rituals?" The anthropologist consulted her notes as they walked. "Each artifact seems to have a specific function in what they call a sacred balance. The figurine we have, from what I understand, it's a type of key." "Key to what?" asked Carlos, still taking photos. "To a place called Chamber of Guardians," Diana replied. "But there are warnings, lots of warnings about the consequences of—" A distant scream interrupted his explanation, followed by a crashing sound. The group stopped, tense. "It seems that some of our persecutors met consequences," Ana Sofia muttered. Miguel felt an even greater weight on his chest. People were getting hurt, possibly dying, because of these relics. The responsibility of its discovery was becoming an increasingly heavy burden. "We need to find a safe place to study these artifacts," he decided. "Somewhere we can decipher the rituals properly and reverse whatever curse we have activated, Diana agreed. I know a professor of Mesoamerican studies in Mexico City. He has a private laboratory, away from prying eyes. How long until then? Asked Carlos, checking the battery on his camera. If we can get out of these tunnels and reach our vehicle, about a 6-hour journey, Diana replied. Another tremor shook the tunnel, this time accompanied by a different sound, something between a roar and a wail echoing through the ancient passages. Ana Sofia turned pale. That didn't feel natural. None of this is natural, replied Miguel, consulting the symbols on the walls again. The map shows an exit about 300 meters from here, but? Everyone asked in unison. But first we need to go through something called the purification chamber, he replied, his voice tense. The group looked at each other, the weight of that information hanging in the air. The sound of footsteps behind them was getting closer again, and the strange, unearthly wail seemed to be getting closer as well. Well, said Ana Sofia, adjusting her backpack, I guess we don't have much of a choice, do we? Miguel nodded, gravely, leading the group towards the next challenge. As they walked forward, he couldn't help but think about Jorge and what had happened to the guard. He also worried about the invaders. However much his opponents were, he did not want them to suffer the supernatural consequences of the Aztec curses. The tunnel began to widen, and a strange light of undetermined origin began to illuminate its path. Ahead, they could see the entrance to a larger chamber with glowing symbols engraved on its entrance arch. The Chamber of Purification, Diana whispered, her voice mixing reverence and apprehension. Miguel took a deep breath, preparing himself for whatever was coming. Remember, he told his team, no matter what happens, stick together. Only then will we have a chance to survive this and do the right thing with these artifacts. With determined, yet cautious steps, the group passed through the arch of the chamber, entering a space that would forever change their understanding of the ancient world and the forces it still held. Upon entering the chamber of purification, the group was enveloped by a bluish light that emanated from crystals embedded in the walls. The environment was circular, with a stone altar in the center and several channels carved into the floor, forming intricate geometric patterns. Incredible, muttered Diana, quickly photographing the symbols covering the walls. These crystals are not native to the region. They must have been brought from far away. Miguel approached the central altar, examining the inscriptions. It's a protective ritual, he translated, running his fingers over the carvings. It seems we need to present the relics to the guardians. Ana Sofia carefully removed the figurine wrapped in fabric from her backpack. The heat had subsided, but the golden glow pulsed in sync with the chamber's crystals. How exactly do we do this? Before Miguel could respond, the sound of footsteps and voices came dangerously close. Carlos, who was guarding the entrance, whispered urgently, "They're coming." "Quickly," Miguel commanded. "Place the artifacts on the altar." "Diana, how is the translation of the rituals?" Diana frantically consulted her notes. The text mentions something about a blood tribute of the pure in heart. Blood? Carlos turned pale. That doesn't look good to me. Miguel examined the altar in more detail and noticed small concavities on its surface. "We don't need much," he concluded, "just a few drops from each of us." Ana Sofia had already pulled out her pocket knife. If it helps us protect these relics and reverse the curses, I'm in. She made a small cut on her finger and let a few drops of blood fall into one of the hollows. The others followed suit as the sound of the pursuers grew closer and closer. As the last drop of blood touched the altar, the crystals on the walls pulsed intensely, and a low hum filled the chamber. Look, Carlos exclaimed, pointing to the channels on the floor. A glowing liquid, similar to mercury, began to flow through them, forming complex patterns that expanded from the altar to the walls. The air became electrically charged, and the artifacts on the altar began to gently levitate. The golden figurine slowly spun in the air, its glow intensifying until it almost blinded the group. Get down, Miguel shouted as a wave of golden energy exploded from the altar. Piercing the walls of the chamber, the group dropped to the ground, covering their heads. As the light dimmed, sounds of screams and confusion echoed from the tunnel. Miguel risked a look and saw that a translucent barrier had formed at the entrance to the chamber. It seems to have worked, Diana said, standing up gingerly. But for how long? As if answering his question, a deep, ancient voice echoed through the chamber, speaking in Nahuatl, the language of the Aztecs. Miguel translated for his team. Those who seek protection from the guardians must prove their worth. The path ahead will test not only their courage, but also their wisdom and compassion. The artifacts gently returned to the altar, but now they emanated a different, more serene aura. Miguel noticed that additional symbols had appeared on their surfaces. These are instructions, he realized, examining the new carvings. Each artifact has its own purification ritual. We need to perform them in the correct order to undo the curses. Ana Sofia, who had approached one of the walls, caught the group's attention. Professor, I think I found something. It looks like a map, different from the one in the tunnel. The group gathered around the wall where a luminous map had materialized, showing a series of locations marked with distinct symbols. They're temples, Diana explained, consulting her notes. Each dedicated to a different deity. Rituals must be performed in those specific locations. Carlos was photographing frantically. But how are we going to get to all these places without the collectors catching up to us? Miguel studied the map carefully. Some of these temples do not appear in any known archeological record. They must have been kept secret for centuries. A new tremor shook the chamber, but this time it felt different, more controlled, almost like a rhythmic pulse. What is happening now? Asked Ana Sofia, holding on to the altar to keep her balance. Diana, who had approached a new series of hieroglyphics that had begun to glow, replied, The chamber is showing us the way. Each pulse indicates the direction of the first temple. Miguel quickly organized the group. We need to move. The barrier won't last forever, and now we have a clear objective. As they carefully collected the artifacts, Diana continued translating the new symbols. There is a warning here. It says that others have tried to perform the rituals before, but failed because of greed. What happened to them? Carlos asked, adjusting his camera. It doesn't say specifically, Diana replied, but it does mention something about being consumed by the same darkness that lived in their hearts. Miguel led the group towards a new passage that had revealed itself in the opposite wall. then we cannot fail. It's not just about protecting the artifacts now, it's about preventing their power from being used for evil. As they crossed the newly revealed passage, the group could hear the frustrated sounds of their pursuers on the other side of the barrier. They were safe for now, but they knew their journey was just beginning. The new tunnel was different from the previous ones, more elaborate, with reliefs on the walls telling ancient stories of gods and heroes. The air was cooler, and a gentle breeze guided them forward. "Where does this take us?" asked Anna Sophia, adjusting her backpack. "If the map is correct," Michael replied, "to the first temple. And if the texts are right, each temple will present us with its own set of challenges." The group advanced in silence, each member lost in their own thoughts about what lay ahead. The light from the crystals gradually dimmed, being replaced by a natural clarity that suggested they were approaching the surface. The natural light intensified as the group emerged from the tunnel, revealing a clearing surrounded by dense vegetation. The first temple rose majestically before them, a pyramidal structure, smaller and older than the famous tourist pyramids of Chichen Itza. "How did this remain hidden for so long?" asked Carlos, amazed, already preparing his camera to document the discovery. Miguel examined the structure with experienced eyes. "Notice how the vegetation grew in specific ways around it. It was no accident. The ancient guardians developed techniques to camouflage their sacred temples." Anna Sophia approached the entrance of the temple, where a series of symbols glowed softly. "Professor, these are different from the ones we've seen before." Diana joined her, consulting her notes. "It's an older dialect. It talks about purification through the elements: water, fire, earth, and air." A distant sound of helicopters made the group tense up. "The collectors must have called for reinforcements," Miguel said urgently. "We need to go in." The entrance to the temple was narrow, requiring them to enter in single file. The interior was surprisingly well preserved, with elaborate murals covering the walls. Ancient torches lit spontaneously as they advanced, creating dancing shadows that seemed to bring the painted figures to life. "That's impossible," muttered Carlos, filming the torches that lit themselves. "These torches should have been dry for centuries." "I think impossible no longer applies to our case," replied Anna Sophia, still holding the figurine tightly in her backpack. The corridor opened into a circular chamber with 4 distinct altars, each decorated with symbols representing the elements. In the center, a raised platform featured carvings that appeared to perfectly match the figurine's base. "It's here," said Miguel, approaching the center. "Anna, the statuette, please." Before they could proceed, a deafening roar shook the temple, and a spectral figure materialized before them, a translucent Aztec warrior, his armor glowing with a light of its own. "Those who seek purification must first face their own fears." The figure spoke in Nahuatl, his voice echoing off the ancient walls. Diana translated quickly, her hands shaking slightly as she wrote it down. "He says each of us must pass an individual test." The warrior gestured, and 4 portals of light appeared, each emanating a different energy. "Choose wisely," he warned, "for each portal will reveal the truth in your hearts." Miguel looked at his team. "We cannot hesitate now. Each of us must face his test. Anna Sophia was the first to approach a portal, one that glowed a deep blue like the ocean waters. "I've always been afraid of deep water," she admitted. "I think this is mine." Carlos chose the portal that burned in shades of red and orange. "Fire has always fascinated and terrified me," he said, adjusting his camera one last time before putting it away. Diana approached the portal that emanated an earthy, brown, and green light. The earth holds secrets that we are not always prepared to discover. Miguel was left with the last portal, which sparkled with an ethereal silver light. Air, the element of change and wisdom. The spectral warrior nodded solemnly. "Remember, true courage is not in not feeling fear, but in facing it with noble purpose." One by one, they passed through their respective portals. Anna Sophia found herself in an underwater environment where she needed to face not only her fear of the depths, but also discover the truth about her own inner strength. Carlos was transported to a setting of ancient flames, where memories of childhood trauma mixed with lessons about the transformative power of fire. Diana found herself in a primitive cave, where the secrets of the land revealed ancient truths about the connection between past and present. Miguel floated in an ethereal void, where the voices of the wind carried echoes of past decisions and future responsibilities. Each test was deeply personal, forcing them to confront not only their fears, but also their deepest doubts, regrets, and aspirations. When they finally emerged, seconds or eternities later, everyone was transformed. Their eyes shone with new understanding, and a different energy emanated from their bodies. "You have proven your worth," declared the warrior. "Now you may proceed with the purification ritual." Anna Sophia placed the statuette on the central platform, and immediately the four altars began to shine in sequence. The group positioned themselves, each in front of the altar corresponding to their element. "We need to channel the energy we received in our tests," Miguel explained, translating the instructions that now shone in the air. "It's the only way to purify the figurine and begin reversing the curses." The sound of helicopters was closer now, and footsteps could be heard at the temple entrance. Collectors had found them. "We don't have much time," Carlos warned, positioning himself at his altar. "Focus," Miguel instructed. "No matter what happens, stay focused on the ritual." As the invaders approached, the group began the ritual. Energy flowed through them, each contributing newfound strength to their trials. The figurine began to levitate, its golden glow intensifying until it created a dome of light that enveloped the entire chamber. The first invaders to reach the chamber's entrance were repelled by an invisible force. The energy of the ritual created an impenetrable barrier. "It's working," Diana exclaimed, holding her hands out towards the figurine. The golden light intensified even more, and ancient symbols began to appear in the air, forming an energetic map that showed the path to the next temples. The spectral warrior watched with approval. "The first seal has been broken," he announced. "But remember, each temple will present greater challenges, and time is running out." The energy of the ritual gradually diminished, leaving the group exhausted but determined. The figurine, now partially purified, emitted a softer, more controlled glow. Miguel quickly studied the energy map that still hovered in the air. The next temple is deep in the jungle, he announced, memorizing the path. But there's something different now. The symbols indicate we need to get there before the next sunrise. Diana, still catching her breath from the ritual, consulted her notes. The inscriptions mention a specific alignment of the stars. If we miss this window of time, we will have to wait another full lunar cycle. The sound of the helicopters had died down, but everyone knew it was only a matter of time before their pursuers found another way to catch up. Anna Sophia checked her backpack, making sure all the artifacts were safe. There is a secret passage at the back of the temple, the spectral warrior reported, pointing to a seemingly solid wall. It will take them across the mountain, saving precious time. Carlos, who had recovered his camera, quickly documented the last moments in the temple. How will we know we are on the right path? In response, the figurine in his hands began to pulse, emitting a more intense glow when pointed in a certain direction. It looks like we have our compass, smiled Anna Sophia. The group hurried towards the secret passage, which opened silently at their touch. Unlike the previous tunnels, this one was clearly of more recent origin, probably built by the last guardians of the temple. Be careful, warned the warrior before he began to fade away. The next temple is guarded by the spirit of Tlaloc, the rain god. His trials are unpredictable. As they progressed through the tunnel, Miguel shared his knowledge. Tlaloc was known for his duality. He could bring both fertilizing rain and devastating storms. His rituals often involved water and sacrifice. What kind of sacrifice? Asked Carlos, nervously. It wasn't always literal, Diana replied. Sometimes the sacrifice was symbolic, the giving up of something valuable or a sacred promise. The tunnel began to slope downward, and the air became more humid. Small drops of water ran down the walls, and the distant sound of running water echoed ahead. Professor, called Anna Sophia, her voice tense. The figurine is getting hotter. Again. Miguel stopped to examine the artifact. New symbols had appeared on its surface, shining with a bluish light. These are warnings, he translated, about greater consequences if we fail the next rituals. Distant thunder reverberated through the tunnel, making everyone startle. This doesn't look natural, Carlos observed, looking nervously at the tunnel ceiling. It's not, Diana confirmed. Tlaloc is aware of our presence, and from the sound of it, he doesn't seem very happy. The group quickened their pace, guided by the figurine's pulsing light. The tunnel began to widen, revealing ancient paintings on the walls that depicted rituals of purification and sacrifice. Look, exclaimed Anna Sophia, pointing forward. A natural waterfall divided the tunnel in two, its water glowing with an otherworldly luminescence. Miguel examined the symbols near the waterfall. We need to cross, he concluded. Water is part of the test. But which way? Asked Carlos, observing the two passages beyond the waterfall. Diana studied the writing on the walls. One path leads to salvation. The other, she hesitated, to eternal dissolution. Another thunder, closer this time, shook the tunnel. Small stones began to fall from the ceiling, and the flow of the waterfall intensified. We don't have much time, Miguel warned. The figurine, it must show us the way. Anna Sophia held the artifact towards the two passages. The golden glow remained constant for a moment, then pulsed strongly towards the right passage. Are you sure? Asked Carlos, observing the turbulent water they would need to cross. In response, a sound of voices echoed from the tunnel behind them. The pursuers had found the secret passage. We have no choice, Miguel decided. All together, on the count of 3, the group positioned themselves, tightly holding their apetus backpacks with the artifacts. The water in the waterfall seemed almost alive now, moving in impossible patterns. 1, 2, 3. They plunged through the waterfall, the icy water penetrating their bones. For a moment, everything was confusion and turmoil. Then, unexpectedly, they emerged on the other side, completely dry. Impossible, muttered Carlos, touching his dry clothes. Look, Diana exclaimed, pointing forward. Before them stood the second temple, partially submerged in an underground lake. Blue crystals illuminated the environment, creating dancing reflections in the water. In the center of the temple, a colossal figure of Tlaloc dominated the space, his jade eyes glowing with a life of their own. Welcome, a thundering voice echoed through the chamber. To the domains of Tlaloc, you have proven your mettle by choosing the correct path, but the true test has only begun. The statue of Tlaloc moved, its giant head turning to face them. The curses that seek to reverse have been sealed with water and blood. Only through the same can they be undone. Miguel stepped forward, holding the statuette. We are prepared to do whatever is necessary. An enigmatic smile appeared on Tlaloc's stony face. We'll see, he replied, as the water in the lake began to stir. We'll see. The group prepared to face their next challenge, knowing that each step brought them closer to not only reversing the curses, but also to a deeper understanding of the mysteries they had awakened. The fate of the artifacts, and possibly the world, depended on his next actions. The kingdom of Aurora has always been known for its golden mornings and endless fields of wildflowers. On the highest towers of the castle, colorful flags danced in the wind, celebrating the birth a few days ago of the long-awaited Princess Aurora, first daughter of King Stefan and Queen Beatrice. After years of waiting and praying to the heavens, the kingdom finally had its heiress. The castle's great hall had been elaborately decorated for the little princess's presentation. Silk tapestries in the colors of the kingdom, blue and gold, hung from the stone walls, while hundreds of scented candles illuminated the room with their soft light. The servants were running around, adjusting the last details of the tables, full of delicacies, and making sure everything was perfect for the arrival of the 12 fairy godmothers. Queen Beatrice, still recovering from childbirth, smoothed her golden hair in front of the mirror while watching the crystal cradle where her daughter slept serenely. King Stefan, a gentleman with a neatly trimmed beard, approached silently and placed his hands on his wife's shoulders. She's perfect, isn't she? Whispered Beatrice, with tears of happiness in her eyes. As perfect as her mother, replied Stefan, gently kissing the queen's forehead. The 12 fairies began to arrive one by one, each one more dazzling than the last. Their wings sparkled like diamonds under the candlelight, and their dresses seemed to be woven from the moonlight itself. The first to arrive was Primavera, with her pink hair and a dress adorned with tiny flowers. Next came Melodia, whose steps were so light that she seemed to float over the marble floor. Each fairy brought with them a special gift for the princess, stored in small crystal jars that emitted a soft, mysterious glow. The guests began to take their places at the long tables in the hall, while musicians played their harps and flutes, creating a magical and solemn atmosphere. The blessing ceremony was about to begin when an unexpected icy wind blew out all the candles in the hall. The large oak doors opened with a bang, revealing a tall, dark figure. It was Maleficent, the 13th fairy, who had not been invited to the celebration. Her green eyes glowed with a frightening intensity, and her black dress seemed to be made of her own shadows. A deathly silence overtook the hall as she advanced towards the royal cradle, her staff tapping rhythmically against the floor. What a lovely party! Her voice echoed through the hall, laden with irony. I imagine my invitation got lost somewhere along the way. King Stefan stood up, trying to keep his composure. Maleficent, we didn't think you'd. That I what? She interrupted, her cruel smile revealing perfectly white teeth. That I'd like to take part, that I might also have something to offer your precious princess. Queen Beatrice instinctively placed herself between the fairy and her daughter's cradle, but Maleficent pushed her away with a simple hand gesture. The other fairies looked at each other tense, knowing that they couldn't directly interfere in the actions of one of their sisters. Since I'm here, continued Maleficent, leaning over the cradle, I'll also give Princess Aurora my present. Her staff began to glow with a greenish, sinister light. On the day of her 15th birthday, the princess will stick her finger in a spinning wheel and die. The hall erupted in screams of horror as Maleficent laughed, her laughter echoing off the castle walls. Little Aurora began to cry, as if she understood the gravity of the curse she had just received. It was then that Luce, the youngest of the good fairies, and the only one who hadn't yet offered her gift, came forward. Her silver hair reflected the moonlight coming through the tall windows, and her expression was one of determination. I can't completely undo Maleficent's curse, she declared, her voice clear and firm, but I can change it. When Aurora sticks her finger in, instead of death, she will fall into a deep sleep, and from this sleep, she will only awaken with the kiss of true love. Maleficent watched the intervention with a mocking smile on her lips. As you wish, she said, spinning on her heels. Fate is sealed. And with that, she disappeared in a cloud of green smoke, leaving behind only the echo of her cruel laughter. King Stefan, determined to protect his daughter, immediately ordered all the spinning wheels in the kingdom to be burned. Guards were sent to every village, every house, every barn, collecting and destroying any instrument that might pose a threat to the princess. The 11 remaining fairies gathered around the cradle, each offering their unique gifts: beauty, grace, music, wisdom, kindness, and other attributes that would make Aurora an extraordinary princess. But even with all these blessings, the shadow of Maleficent's curse hung over the castle like a dark cloud on a summer's day. Queen Beatrice, still trembling, held her daughter in her arms, silently promising that she would do everything in her power to protect her. King Stefan, for his part, immediately began planning ever stricter security measures, determined to prevent the prophecy from being fulfilled. And so, as the night wore on and the guests retired in silence, the fate of little Princess Aurora began to unfold, woven by the invisible threads of magic, love, and fear in a pattern that not even the fairies could fully predict. The years following the celebration of Aurora's birth were marked by drastic changes in the kingdom. King Stefan, consumed by concern for his daughter's safety, transformed the once cheerful castle into a fortress of rules and restrictions. Guards were stationed in every corridor, and visitors were thoroughly examined before entering the royal gates. Little Aurora grew up protected by these stone walls, but her gentle and curious nature could not be contained. At the age of 5, her golden hair, like her mother's, already reached her waist, and her blue eyes shone with a vivacity that charmed everyone who met her. The blessings of the fairies were clearly evident. Her voice was as melodious as a bird's song, her movements as graceful as a gentle dance, and her kindness touched the hearts of all the servants in the castle. Queen Beatrice tried to balance her husband's excessive protection with moments of normality for her daughter. Secretly, she allowed Aurora to play in the castle gardens, where butterflies danced among the flowers and birds made their nests. It was at these times that the princess seemed truly happy, running free and imagining stories about the fairies who had blessed her. The 12 good fairies, although they couldn't stay at the castle constantly due to their other magical obligations, visited Aurora regularly. Each visit was a special occasion, full of little spells and wonderful stories that fed the young princess's imagination. Spring made flowers sprout from the most unlikely corners, while Melody taught Aurora to sing to the birds that visited her window. As Aurora grew up, her curiosity about the world beyond the castle walls increased. At the age of 8, she began to ask more frequent questions about why she couldn't go out to see the village or play with other children. King Stefan always shrugged it off, making up stories about imaginary dangers lurking beyond the gates. But father, Aurora asked one afternoon, how can I be a good princess if I don't know our people? The king, touched by his daughter's precocious wisdom, simply hugged her tightly, unable to explain his deepest fears. Queen Beatrice, watching the scene, felt her heart breaking between the desire to protect her only daughter and the need to allow her to grow up free and happy. It was at this time that the dreams began. Aurora often woke up during the night talking about a woman in green who called her to dance on a high tower. The queen recognized in these accounts the subtle influence of Maleficent, who, even without physically appearing, seemed to find ways to reach the princess through her dreams. Worried, the queen secretly summoned Luce, the youngest of the good fairies, for consultation. The fairy, now more experienced, but still retaining her characteristic gentleness, explained that the dreams were a natural manifestation of the magic surrounding Aurora. We can't stop the magic from reaching her, explained Luce, her silver dress shimmering in the moonlight. But we can teach her to be strong enough to resist any negative influence. Following Luce's advice, the queen began to tell Aurora stories about courage, wisdom, and true love. The princess absorbed every word with fascination, especially the stories about how true love could overcome any obstacle. Meanwhile, in the darkest corners of the kingdom, Maleficent watched Aurora grow up through her pet raven. The evil fairy hadn't given up on her revenge, but she waited patiently, knowing that every day that passed brought the princess closer to her sealed destiny. The years went by, and Aurora blossomed into an extraordinary young woman. At the age of 12, She already displayed a wisdom beyond her years, mixed with a captivating innocence that was the product of her sheltered upbringing. Even confined to the castle, she found ways to spread joy. She cultivated a small garden in her room, sang to cheer up the guards on their lonely shifts, and learned everything she could about governance from her tutors. King Stefan, although still vigilant, began to relax his restrictions, slightly allowing Aurora to take part in more activities within the castle. Small parties were organized occasionally, always with carefully selected guests where the princess could dance and socialize under the watchful eye of her parents. But the older Aurora grew, the stronger the feeling in Queen Beatrice's heart became. She knew that they couldn't protect her daughter forever, and that fate would somehow find its way into her life. During the nights when everyone was asleep, the queen would climb to the highest tower in the castle and look up at the stars, praying that her daughter would not only find safety, but also the happiness she deserved. And so, as Aurora's 15th birthday drew ever closer, a quiet tension began to grow in the kingdom of Aurora. The inhabitants of the castle, from the humblest servant to the king himself, felt the weight of fate approaching like dark clouds, heralding an inevitable storm. But in the midst of all this apprehension, Aurora remained a ray of light, her laughter echoing through the castle corridors, like a reminder that even in the darkest hours, there is still hope. As Aurora approached her 14th year of life, the atmosphere in the castle became increasingly tense. King Stefan stepped up security, doubling the number of guards, and implementing new protective measures. Queen Beatrice, for her part, tried to remain calm, but her nights were filled with nightmares about spinning wheels and ancient curses. Aurora, now an extraordinarily beautiful young woman, was beginning to feel the weight of the restrictions more than ever. Her walks through the inner gardens no longer satisfied her growing curiosity, and the stories told by the servants about the world beyond the castle walls fed her dreams of freedom. One particularly hectic morning, Aurora discovered a secret passage behind an antique tapestry in her chamber. The narrow, dark corridor led to a small abandoned tower, which offered a privileged view of the kingdom. There, hidden from watchful eyes, the princess spent hours observing the life that pulsed beyond the castle walls. It was during one of these secret escapades that Aurora met Philip, a young apprentice gardener who had recently been hired to look after the royal gardens. Unlike the other servants, who always treated her with extreme formality, Philip chatted with her, naturally sharing stories about the villages and ordinary people of the kingdom. "What's it like living out there?" asked Aurora, her eyes shining with curiosity as she watched Philip work in the garden below his secret tower. "It's a simple life, but full of adventures," he replied, describing the festivals in the villages, the dances around the campfires, and the stories told by travelers in the taverns. Their friendship grew discreetly protected by the secrets of the abandoned tower. Philip would bring Aurora small gifts from the outside world, wildflowers that didn't grow in the castle gardens, stories from traveling merchants, and occasionally sweets prepared by his mother in the village. Meanwhile, Maleficent watched everything from her dark kingdom, satisfied with the way things were turning out. Her Raven Diablo brought her daily reports on the castle's activities, and the evil fairy realized that Aurora's growing restlessness could be the key to bringing her curse to fruition. The 12 good fairies also noticed the changes in Aurora. During their visits, they noticed how the young princess was becoming more pensive and distant, her eyes often lost on the horizon. Luce, in particular, sensed that something important was about to happen. We must be even more vigilant, she warned, during a secret meeting with her fairy sisters. Aurora is entering a crucial phase of her life, and Maleficent will surely try to use this to her advantage. Queen Beatrice, noticing the changes in her daughter's behavior, tried to get even closer to Aurora. She began to share stories of her own youth and the challenges of growing up as a princess. Mother, Aurora asked during one of these intimate moments, why didn't you ever tell me about the curse? The question took the queen by surprise. How? How did you know? I hear the whispers of the servants. I see the fear in Papa's eyes, Aurora replied softly. And sometimes in my dreams, I see a woman in green who tells me about an inevitable fate. Aurora's confession triggered a series of heated discussions between the king and queen. Stefan wanted to increase the restrictions even further, while Beatrice argued that it was time to tell her daughter the truth. She has a right to know, insisted the queen. How can we protect her from something she doesn't even know exists? While the adults debated their fate, Aurora continued her secret meetings with Philip. Their friendship was beginning to develop into something deeper, although neither dared to admit it. Sometimes I dream that I'm free like the birds, Aurora confided to Philip one golden afternoon, that I can fly beyond these walls and discover the world for myself. Philip, who had long since realized that his feelings for the princess went beyond simple friendship, replied carefully, perhaps one day you will be able to, but for now, let me be your eyes on the outside world. What neither of them knew was that Maleficent had bewitched Diablo into taking the form of one of the many birds that Aurora fed in her window. Through him, the evil fairy not only watched, but also began to subtly plant ideas of rebellion in the young princess's mind. As Aurora's 15th birthday approached, her dreams of the woman in green became more frequent and vivid. In each dream, Maleficent showed the princess tantalizing visions of freedom and adventure, always guiding her towards a mysterious tower where a spinning wheel awaited. The good fairies, sensing Maleficent's growing influence, redoubled their efforts to protect Aurora, each in their own way, tried to strengthen the princess's spirit against the temptations of darkness. Spring taught her about the beauty of patience through the cultivation of rare flowers, while melody showed her how music could be a refuge in moments of solitude. But it was the budding love between Aurora and Philip that seemed to be the most effective protection against Maleficent's influence. Every smile, shared every kind word, exchanged every moment of mutual understanding, strengthened Aurora against the shadows that tried to seduce her. And so, while the entire kingdom prepared for the inevitable confrontation with fate, a love story blossomed silently in the shadows of a forgotten tower, like a stubborn rose growing between the stones of an ancient wall. The weeks leading up to Aurora's 15th birthday brought a remarkable change in the castle's atmosphere. Preparations for the big celebration were underway, but there was a palpable tension in the air. King Stefan, consumed by anxiety, could hardly sleep, spending his nights walking the castle corridors and personally checking every guard post. Aurora, for her part, found more and more comfort in her secret meetings with Philip in the abandoned tower. Their conversations were now deeper, filled with meaningful glances and eloquent silences. On one particularly memorable afternoon, Philip brought with him a small harp, a gift from his grandmother, and taught Aurora an ancient love song from the kingdom. My grandmother used to say that this melody has the power to chase away the shadows, he explained gently, guiding Aurora's fingers across the strings of the instrument. The soft sound echoed through the tower, creating a moment of peace. Amid the castle's growing restlessness, Maleficent, watching through Diablo's eyes, realized that she had to act quickly. The growing love between Aurora and Philip threatened to strengthen the princess against her influence. During the night, the evil fairy began to intensify her attacks through Aurora's dreams, mixing tempting visions of freedom with seductive whispers about a mysterious tower where all her questions would be answered. Queen Beatrice, noticing the growing weariness in her daughter's eyes, finally decided to take action. One quiet morning, she took Aurora for a private stroll in the castle's remote gardens. My dear, she began, holding her daughter's hands, it's time you knew the whole truth about your destiny. With tears in her eyes, the queen revealed the full story of Maleficent's curse and the modification made by Luce. Aurora listened in silence, several pieces of the puzzle of her life finally falling into place. So that's why I have these dreams, murmured Aurora, and why I've never been able to leave the castle. The revelation, instead of terrifying Aurora, as her parents had feared, seemed to give her new strength. Knowing her enemy made the battle more real, more tangible. That night, when she met Philip, she shared all her burdens with him. No matter what happens, Philip promised, holding her hands tightly, I'll be by your side to face it. The 12 good fairies, realizing that the crucial moment was approaching, began to take turns guarding the castle. Luce, in particular, began to carefully observe Aurora's dreams, trying to create barriers against Maleficent's influence. As the day of her birthday approached, strange events began to occur in the castle. Unexplained shadows danced across the walls, and mysterious sounds echoed through the night. The guards reported glimpses of a large black raven that seemed to be everywhere at once. Aurora, strengthened by Philip's love and the knowledge of her destiny, began to actively fight the temptations in her dreams. When the woman in green appeared, the princess faced her with the songs Philip had taught her and the lessons in courage she had learned from her fairy godmothers. However, Maleficent had one last trump card. One particularly dark night, she managed to plant a crucial doubt in Aurora's heart. What if Philip's love wasn't true enough to break the curse? The seed of uncertainty began to grow, fed by the young princess's deepest fears. Philip, noticing the change in Aurora's behavior, stepped up his efforts to show his love. He began to bring her small, meaningful gifts, a peacock feather that resembled the colors of her eyes, a bouquet of wildflowers that only grew in the distant mountains, a small notebook in which he wrote poetry dedicated to her. The fairies, watching the romance unfold, shared hopeful glances. The love between the young people seemed genuine and strong, exactly the kind of true love capable of breaking ancient curses. Meanwhile, in the confines of her dark kingdom, Maleficent was preparing her final blow. With her dark magic, she began to create a special spinning wheel, imbued with an irresistible power. of attraction. Even if all the spinning wheels in the kingdom had been destroyed, this one would be enough to fulfill the prophecy. The tension in the castle reached its peak when Aurora's birthday was just a week away. King Stefan, in a last desperate effort to protect his daughter, ordered that she be transferred to an isolated tower in the castle, far from any potential danger. It's just a precaution, my dear, he explained as Aurora gathered her belongings. Only until your birthday has passed. The princess accepted the decision with surprising calm, but her heart was heavy. The designated tower was not the one where she met Philip, and she knew she would be completely isolated. Before leaving, she managed to send a secret message to her beloved through one of the birds she used to feed. Don't lose hope, the note read, for my heart will remain with you no matter where I am. The move to the tower marked the beginning of the last phase of this story, where love, fate, and ancient magic would intertwine in a final dance for the future of the young princess. On the eve of Aurora's 15th birthday, the tension in the castle reached its peak. The princess watched the sunset through the window of her secluded tower, her thoughts divided between Philip and her increasingly intense dreams of Maleficent. The soft evening wind carried with it the scent of flowers from the garden, and with it a strange sense of inevitability. During the night, while everyone was asleep, a greenish glow began to emanate from a dark corner of the tower. Aurora, who was restless in her bed, sat up when she noticed the mysterious light. An inexplicable force attracted her, as if invisible strings were pulling her body towards that hypnotic luminosity. On her throne of thorns, Maleficent smiled with satisfaction. Her magic had finally found a breach in the castle's defenses. With a flick of her staff, she intensified the spell, causing a secret passage to reveal itself in the wall of the tower. Aurora, as if in a trance, followed the illuminated path. The guards who were supposed to protect her had been bewitched by Maleficent and fell into a deep sleep. The princess climbed spiral stairs that seemed to have no end, her bare feet barely touching the cold stone steps. Philip, who was secretly standing guard in the gardens near the tower, noticed the strange glow in the upper windows. His heart raced as he recognized Maleficent's dark magic, which Aurora had told him about. Without hesitation, he began to climb the tower using the ancient vines that grew on its walls. In the depths of the castle, the 12 good fairies also sensed the magical disturbance. Luce, who was closest, immediately flew towards the tower, her silver wings cutting through the darkness of the night. The other fairies scattered around the castle, trying to wake the guards and alert the kings. Aurora reached a circular chamber at the top of a tower she didn't know. In the center of the room, illuminated by that eerie greenish light, was an ancient spinning wheel. Her fingers tingled with the desire to touch the gleaming spindle, while her mind fought against the enchantment. Come, dear, whispered Maleficent's voice, materialized from the shadows. Don't fight your destiny. Some stories have to take their course. The princess hesitated, the lessons of courage from her fairy godmothers and Philip's love fighting against the dark magic that clouded her thoughts. You can't force me, she said, her voice trembling slightly. Maleficent laughed, a cold sound that echoed off the stone walls. I don't need to force you, my dear. The curiosity in your heart will do it for me. Don't you want to know what the spindle chimes sound like? Don't you want to find out if your gardener prince really loves you enough to break the curse. Just then, Philip reached one of the chamber's windows. His heart froze as he saw Aurora slowly approaching the spinning wheel. Aurora, he shouted, his voice cutting through the magic-laden air. The princess blinked, the sound of her beloved voice temporarily breaking the spell. But Maleficent was ready. With a gesture of her staff, she created a magical barrier that prevented Philip from entering the chamber. "Watch, young fool," teased the evil fairy, "as destiny is fulfilled." Luce arrived just then, her silver magic colliding with Maleficent's green barrier. The two spells intertwined in a light show as Aurora continued her slow walk towards the rock. "Aurora, remember who you are," shouted Luce, maintaining her magical attack. "Remember the love in your heart." The princess stopped her fingers, inches from the spindle. For a moment, images flooded her mind. Philip teaching her the song in the abandoned tower, her mother telling stories of courage, the fairies sharing their gentle magic. Maleficent, realizing that she was losing control, intensified her spell. "Touch him," she commanded, her voice charged with power. "Complete your destiny." At that crucial moment, Philip managed to find a gap in the magical barrier. Throwing himself through it, he ran towards Aurora. His fingers almost reached hers, but it was too late. The princess's finger touched the tip of the spindle, and a single drop of blood fell to the stone floor. Aurora staggered, her eyes meeting Philip's one last time before she fell. He caught her before she hit the ground, holding her in his arms as silent tears streamed down her face. Maleficent laughed triumphantly, her body turning into green flames that danced through the chamber. "The curse is complete," she declared, disappearing in a burst of emerald light. The whole castle seemed to sigh. As Aurora closed her eyes, falling into her enchanted sleep, flowers began to sprout from the stones on the floor, covering the chamber with their wild beauty. The 12 good fairies arrived one by one, their faces marked by sadness and determination. "All is not lost," said Luce, approaching Philip, who still held Aurora in his arms. "If your love is true, you can break the curse." Philip gazed into the serene face of his beloved, remembering every moment they had shared in the abandoned tower, every smile, every sweet word. Leaning in gently, he pressed his lips to hers in a gentle kiss filled with all the love he held in his heart. For a moment, nothing happened. The silence in the chamber was absolute. Then slowly, a golden light began to emanate from Aurora's chest, spreading throughout her body. Her eyelids fluttered and finally opened, revealing those blue eyes that Philip loved so much. "You've come," she whispered, smiling. The castle erupted in celebration. King Stephen and Queen Beatrice, who had just arrived in the chamber, rushed to embrace their daughter. The fairies danced in the air, their colorful magic creating a light show that rivaled the sunrise. And so true love proved stronger than the most powerful of curses. Aurora and Philip were married in a magnificent ceremony where the 12 good fairies served as godmothers. The kingdom of Aurora entered a new era of peace and prosperity, where the magic of true love continued to protect its inhabitants for many generations. As for Maleficent, it is said that she still wanders the shadows of the kingdom, bitter and lonely, a reminder that hatred and revenge can never triumph over the power of true love. The wind howled across the green hills of ancient Ireland, carrying with it the echo of stories yet untold. Finn Mcool, the legendary warrior of the Fianna, sat at the edge of a roaring fire, his gaze lost in the dancing flames as his companions rested around him. His calloused fingers absently touched the scar that marked his face, a constant reminder of past battles and losses that weighed heavily on his heart. The Fianna camp was quiet that night, except for the occasional neighing of horses and the soft murmur of conversation around the fires. Oisin, Finn's poet son, watched his father with concern. Lately, he had noticed a change in the great warrior, an invisible weight that seemed to grow every day, a sadness that not even the greatest victories in battle could dispel. Father, Oisin spoke softly, approaching the fire, the bards have begun to sing of the cauldron of Caradwen again. His eyes glittered with a mixture of hope and caution. They say he has been seen in the northern lands. Finn looked up, a spark of interest lighting his tired eyes. The cauldron of Caradwen was an ancient legend, a magical artifact that, according to stories, possessed the power to heal any wound. But it wasn't the physical wounds that tormented Finn. It was the invisible ones, the ones that bled silently in his heart. The cauldron is just a children's story, Oisin, replied Finn, but his voice betrayed a hint of curiosity. Beside him, Bran, his faithful hound, raised his head, his intelligent eyes fixed on his master. A figure emerged from the shadows. It was Diarmuid, the youngest and most impetuous of the Fianna warriors. His face was marked by fierce determination. These are not just stories, my leader. I met a traveling druid yesterday. He spoke of the cauldron with his own eyes. It is in the lands of the others, beyond the veil of mist. Diarmuid's words caused a murmur among the warriors gathered around. The fire, the others, were creatures from ancient legends, beings that inhabited a realm parallel to that of mortals. Crossing to their lands was a journey that few dared to undertake, and even fewer returned to tell the story. Gall MacMorna, Finn's former rival, who now served as his most loyal advisor, approached with heavy steps. The lands of the others are treacherous, Finn, but if there's a chance of finding the cauldron, his voice trailed off, leaving the implications hanging in the night air. Finn slowly stood up, his imposing figure casting a long shadow over the camp. Years of Fianna leadership had left their mark, not just in visible scars, but also in invisible ones. Every warrior lost in battle, every difficult decision, every necessary sacrifice, it all weighed on his soul like armor that could not be removed. There is more to the cauldron stories than simple physical healing, said a soft voice. Everyone turned to see Sile, the clan's healer, emerging from the darkness. Her silver hair shone in the firelight, and her eyes carried the wisdom of many moons. The true power of the cauldron of Caradwen lies in its ability to heal the wounds that the eyes cannot see, the pains that no medicine can reach. Seal's words touched something deep in Finn. He thought of all the nights he woke up with a start, haunted by nightmares of battles past. He thought about the faces of his lost companions that haunted him in his silent moments. He thought of The guilt and regret he carried, heavy as the ancient stones that marked the Irish hills. "We'll need a small group," Finn finally stated, his decision made. Quick, silent movement through the lands of the others. His eyes roamed the faces around him, assessing each one. "Oisin, dear Muid, you will come with me. Gaul, I need you to lead the Fianna in my absence." A respectful silence fell over the camp, broken only by the crackling of the fire. Every warrior present knew that this was not just another quest for glory or treasure. It was a journey for the very soul of their leader. Sile approached Finn, handing him a small leather bag. "Herbs for the journey," she explained. "And something else." She lowered her voice so only he could hear. "Remember, Finn Mcool, that sometimes the greatest battles are fought within ourselves." As preparations for the journey began, Finn remained standing, watching the stars that dotted the night sky. Bran sat beside her, offering the silent comfort of his presence. The wind continued to blow through the hills, but now it seemed to carry a new purpose, a call that echoed in the depths of his being. The search for the cauldron of Caradwyn would be more than a simple adventure. It would be a journey into the heart of her own wounds, a chance to find healing, not just for herself, but perhaps for all Fianna who bore their own invisible scars. As dawn broke, Finn Mcool, the legendary warrior, would set out not in search of glory or fame, but in search of something far more precious, the peace that had eluded him for so long. The camp gradually fell silent, but the anticipation of the journey to come hung in the air like mist over the Irish hills. Tomorrow, when the sun rose, an adventure would begin that would change not only Finn's destiny, but his understanding of what it truly means to be a warrior, not just on the battlefield, but also in the depths of the human heart. With the first ray of sunlight, Finn, Oisin, and Diarmuid departed the Fianna camp. Bran, the loyal hound, followed at his master's side, his attentive nose picking up the scents of the morning. The small group traveled light, carrying only the essentials on their mounts: provisions, weapons, and Sile's bag of herbs. The familiar landscape of the Irish lands gradually gave way to lesser-known territories. The green hills became steeper, and the fog that hung over the ground seemed denser and full of mystery. Oisin, always attentive to ancient legends, shared stories about the lands of the others as they rode. "They say time flows differently beyond the veil," he murmured, his eyes scanning the shadows between the trees. "A day in your lands can be a year in our world, or a moment can last an eternity." Diarmuid, restless in his saddle, added, "And the inhabitants? I have heard stories of creatures that change shape at will, of music that bewitches the soul until you forget who you are." Finn listened in silence, his mind wandering between the present and the memories that haunted him. Sela's words echoed in his thoughts. The greatest battles are fought within ourselves. How many internal battles had he fought over the years, hiding his pain under the mask of a fearless warrior? At noon, they stopped near a stream to rest their horses. As Diarmuid prepared a simple meal, Finn watched his reflection in the crystal clear waters. The scar on his face seemed deeper, as if the stories of his battles were etched not just into his flesh, but into his very essence. "Father," called Oisin, sitting down beside him. "You never told me how you got that scar." Finn touched the mark on his face, feeling the familiar relief beneath his fingers. "It was during the Battle of Glenmama," he began, his voice thick with memories. "It wasn't the blade that left the biggest mark, but the price of victory that day." Before he could continue, Bran stood up suddenly, his ears alert and a low growl in his throat. The mist around them began to thicken unnaturally, snaking between the trees like ghostly fingers. "Get ready," ordered Finn, his hand instinctively reaching for the sword. "We are approaching the Vale." The temperature dropped sharply, and the air became heavy with an ancient and mysterious energy. The horses fidgeted, their hooves tapping nervously on the ground. Among the mist, shadows began to dance, taking on vaguely human shapes before dissolving again. A distant song reached his ears, sweet and seductive, carrying promises of peace and oblivion. Oisin, being the son of a woman from the others, recognized the danger immediately. "Don't listen," he warned, his voice tense. "That's what they call travelers to their kingdom." Diarmuid had already drawn his sword, his eyes scanning the fog for tangible threats. "How do we get across?" he asked, his young voice betraying a hint of apprehension. Finn removed the bag of herbs that Sile had given him, finding among them a small bunch of dried fern. "The healer knew we'd get here," he murmured, a knowing smile on his lips. Following an ancient instinct, Finn burned the fern, letting its smoke mix with the mist. Gradually, a path began to form before them, as if nature itself responded to the ancient ritual. "Stay together," Finn instructed, guiding his horse along the newly revealed path. "The veil tries to separate us, to confuse our senses. Remember what brought us here." As they advanced, the reality around them began to distort. Trees seemed to shift when unobserved, and shadows moved against the wind. Time lost its meaning. It could have been hours or just minutes since they entered the fog. Bran stood close to Finn, his eyes shining with unearthly wisdom. The dog seemed to be able to see through the illusions of the veil, guiding them when the path became uncertain. Suddenly, the fog dissipated, revealing a landscape that defied comprehension. The sky above them displayed impossible colors, and the trees around them had trunks that seemed to be made of living crystal. They had crossed into the lands of the others. "Welcome, seekers," said a melodious voice, and everyone turned to see a figure emerging from among the crystalline trees. She was a woman of ethereal beauty, her hair like strands of silver light, and her eyes containing the depths of ancient oceans. Finn felt a shiver run down his spine, not of fear, but of recognition. There was something familiar about the creature, something that touched a memory long buried in his heart. "You expected us," he said, not a question, but an observation. The woman smiled, a gesture that seemed to lighten the air around her. "The cauldron calls to those who need it, Finn Mcool. But the path to it is not a simple matter of distance. It is a journey through the shadows of your own heart." Her words echoed through the group, carrying a weight that went beyond their superficial meaning. They had arrived in the lands of the others, but their true journey was just beginning. The cauldron of Caradwen awaited them, but first they would have to face the ghosts that each one carried with them. The ethereal figure guided the group through the surreal landscape of the lands of the others. Each step revealed new wonders and terrors, flowers that sang silent melodies, trees whose branches moved like dancing serpents, and shadows that seemed to have a life of their own. My name is Aithna, the woman revealed, her voice echoing like crystal clear music. I am one of the guardians of the cauldron. We have long awaited your arrival, Finn Mcool. Oisin observed Aithna with fascination, recognizing in her traits similar to those of his own mother, who also belonged to the people of the others. Diarmuid, in turn, kept his hand firmly on the hilt of his sword, his eyes watching every movement in the shadows around him. How could you have waited for us? Questioned Finn, his deep voice cutting through the mystical air. Even I didn't know it was coming until a few days ago. Aithna smiled, a gesture that seemed to lighten the air around her. Time flows differently. Here, warrior, what for you was a recent decision, for us was an ancient certainty. Your wounds called to the cauldron long before you knew of its existence. They continued walking along a path that wound between living crystals, each reflecting the traveler's memories and dreams. Finn found himself confronted with images of past battles, victories, and defeats that had shaped his life. In one of the crystals, he saw the exact moment he received his scar. Not only the physical blow, but also the emotional weight of that day. The cauldron is no ordinary object, Aithna explained, noticing Finn's gaze on the crystallized memories. Its power lies not just in physical healing, but in the ability to confront and reconcile with the wounds we carry in our souls. Bran, who had been walking next to Finn, suddenly stopped, his ears alert. A distant sound reached them, a sad, ancient song filled with laments and promises of consolation. Diarmuid was the first to feel its effects, his eyes becoming distant, as if lost in painful memories. Don't let the music seduce you, warned Aithna, her voice taking on an urgent tone. They are the wailing banshees. They feed on the pain of mortals, offering oblivion as a false cure. Finn felt the power of the music pulling his own memories to the surface, the weight of every decision that had cost a warrior his life, the look of disappointment in his father's eyes when he was young, the loneliness of command. It was tempting to let go, to let the banshees take all the pain away. Father, Oisin's voice cut through the incantation, grounding Finn in the present. Remember what Sile said. The greatest battles are fought within ourselves. His son's words acted as a shield against the hypnotic music. Finn shook his head, clearing his thoughts, and saw that Diarmuid was still fighting the enchantment. With a quick movement, he grabbed the young warrior by the shoulder, bringing him back to reality. The path to the cauldron is never direct, said Aithna silently, approving of Finn's strong will. Each traveler must face his own demons before he is deemed worthy of your presence. They continued their journey, now more alert to the subtle dangers that surrounded them. The landscape began to change again, the crystals giving way to a grove of silvery trees, whose leaves whispered secrets in a long-forgotten language. Here, announced Aithna, standing before a circle of ancient stones, each of you will face a test. I cannot say what it will be, for the test manifests itself according to the wounds each bears. Finn looked at his companions. Oisin, the poet's son who always fought to prove his worth in a world of warriors. Diarmuid, the impetuous young man carrying the weight of ancient expectations, and he himself, the legendary leader of the Fianna, a prisoner of his own memories and responsibilities. We'll go in one at a time, Finn decided, his voice carrying the authority of years of leadership. I will go first. Before she could take a step toward the circle of stones, Aithna raised her hand. No, Finn Mcool, this time you cannot lead. Some journeys must be taken alone, and some lessons must be learned by watching those we trust. Diarmuid stepped forward, surprising everyone. I will go first, he declared, his young voice firm despite the fear visible in his eyes. If I must prove myself as a warrior of the Fianna, let it be by facing my own demons. Finn watched with a mixture of pride and apprehension as Diarmuid walked towards the circle of stones. As soon as the young warrior crossed the threshold, a thick fog enveloped his figure, hiding him from the view of others. The silence that followed Diarmuid's entry into the circle of stones was as thick as the fog that had enveloped him. Finn and Oisin remained motionless, their eyes fixed on the spot where the young warrior had disappeared. Bran sat at his master's feet, a soft whimper escaping his throat. Suddenly, a scream rent the air. Diarmuid's voice, filled with anguish and despair. Finn's instinct urged him forward, but Aithna blocked his path with a gentle gesture. He must face this alone, she reminded him, her voice gentle but firm. Each test is a reflection of the shadows that dwell in our hearts. Within the circle of stones, Diarmuid found himself on a familiar battlefield, the same battle where his father had fallen. Years ago, the young warrior was forced to relive that traumatic moment, but this time as an observer, unable to interfere. It's just an illusion, he muttered to himself, his hands clenching the hilt of his sword until his knuckles turned white. Just an illusion. But the images were too vivid, the sounds and smells of battle as real as that fateful day. He saw his father fighting bravely. He saw the moment the enemy blade met his flesh, and he felt that crushing helplessness again. Outside, Oisin began to quietly recite an ancient poem of protection, his words mingling with the wind that blew through the silvery trees. Finn recognized the poem. It was the same one his own mother used to sing when he was a child. Inside the circle, the scene changed. Diarmuid now found himself faced with a younger version of himself, a frightened boy who had just lost his father and who vowed to become the Fianna's greatest warrior to honor his memory. You've been carrying this weight for so long, a voice echoed around him, not his father's voice, but something older, deeper, the desire to prove himself, the fear of not being worthy of the legacy he inherited. Diarmuid felt hot tears running down his face. I couldn't save him, he admitted, words he had held on to for so long. How can I be worthy of the Fianna when I couldn't even protect my own father? True courage, replied the voice, is not in never failing, but in continuing to move forward despite failures. Your father did not die by his weakness, young warrior. He lived by his strength. Outside, Finn watched the fog pulse with a soft light. His thoughts turned to all the young warriors he had trained over the years. each carrying their own invisible scars. Within the circle, Diarmuid now found himself in an empty space except for a single figure, his father, not as the warrior fallen in battle, but as the man who smiled as he taught his young son to hold a sword for the first time. "Father?" whispered Diarmuid, his voice shaking. The figure smiled, a smile full of love and pride. "You have become stronger than I ever dreamed, son, not because of your desire for revenge or the pursuit of glory, but because of the compassion you kept in your heart despite everything." The words struck Diarmuid like a ray of light through the darkness. Years of guilt and self-doubt began to dissolve, like fog in the morning sun. He finally understood that honoring his father's memory did not mean carrying the weight of his death eternally, but living fully the life he had given him. The mist began to dissipate, and Diarmuid emerged from the circle of stones. His eyes were red with tears, but his face displayed a serenity that Finn had never seen in the young warrior before. "You passed the test," Aethna said softly. "He faced his deepest fears and found the truth beyond them." Finn placed a hand on Diarmuid's shoulder, a silent gesture of understanding and respect. The young warrior had changed, not visibly, but at his core, where the deepest wounds began to heal. Oisin took a step forward, his eyes fixed on the circle of stones. "Now it's my turn," he declared, his poetic voice carrying iron determination. Before he could enter the circle, Aethna raised her hand again. "Wait," she said, her eyes shining with ancient wisdom. "Each test must be faced when the heart is ready. The sun is setting in the lands of the others, and with the night come different dangers." As if to confirm his words, a distant howl echoed through the silver forest. Bran responded with a low growl, his hair standing up on the back of his neck. "We need to find shelter," Aethna continued. "The night in the lands of the others is no place for mortals to roam. The tests will continue when the sun rises again." He led the group through the woods to a clearing where ancient ruins formed a protective circle. Ancient symbols glowed faintly on the stones, and the air within the circle felt warmer, safer. While Oisin and Diarmuid prepared a small camp, Finn watched the sky changing color. The stars that began to appear had strange shapes, forming constellations that told unknown stories. "Trials aren't just about facing our fears," Aethna said, silently approaching Finn. "They're about understanding that our wounds, however deep, are also part of who we become." Finn touched the scar on his face, thinking about all the other marks, visible and invisible, he carried. For the first time, he began to wonder if the cauldron's true purpose was not to erase those scars, but to help them make peace with them. Night fell completely over the lands of the others, bringing with it sounds and shadows that defied mortal understanding. But within the circle of ancient ruins, protected by the glowing symbols, the small group found a peaceful moment to reflect on the day's lessons and prepare for the challenges yet to come. The night in the lands of the others passed uneasily, with strange sounds echoing in the darkness beyond the protective circle of the ancient ruins. Oisin alternated between waking states and dreams populated by visions of his mother, while Diarmuid, still processing his test, remained alert with his hand on his sword. With the first rays of dawn, which painted the sky in colors impossible to describe in any mortal language, Oisin stood up. His face showed the determination of someone who had spent the night in deep contemplation. "I'm ready," he declared, looking at the silently waiting circle of stones. Aithna nodded, her eyes shining with ancient wisdom. "The son of the warrior and the woman of the others. You carry two worlds within you, Oisin. Your test will be about finding the balance between them." When Oisin crossed the threshold of the stone circle, the mist enveloped him like a cloak. Within it, he found himself in a place between worlds. On one side, the Fianna camp, full of warriors telling stories of battle. On the other, his mother's ethereal realm, where music and poetry flowed like crystal clear water. "Always divided," a voice whispered, "never quite belonging anywhere." Finn watched the circle of stones with a sinking heart, recognizing his son's struggle. How many times had he seen Oisin trying to prove his worth as a warrior, while his poet's soul yearned for expression? Within the mist, Oisin faced younger versions of himself. The boy who felt inadequate among warriors. The young man who hid his poems for fear of appearing weak. Each memory was a wound that had never completely healed. "You don't have to choose," said a voice that reminded her both of her mother and of the wind through the trees. "Your strength lies precisely in being both." The revelation hit Oisin like a gentle wave. Years of internal conflict began to dissolve as he finally understood that his duality was not a weakness, but a unique gift. When he emerged from the circle, his eyes sparkled with new understanding. Finn recognized the change in his son, a deep acceptance of who he truly was. "The last test is yours, Finn Mcool," Aithna announced, her eyes fixed on the leader of the Fianna. Finn advanced towards the circle of stones, Bran at his side until the last moment. As the mist enveloped him, he found himself on a familiar battlefield. Not a specific one, but a composite of all the battles he had fought. "Leader of the Fianna," a voice boomed, "carrying the weight of 1,000 decisions, 1,000 lives, 1,000 deaths." The scenes unfolded before him. Every warrior he had lost, every difficult choice he had made, every moment when the strong leader's mask had almost cracked. His scar began to burn, not with physical pain, but with the memory of all the emotional wounds it represented. "You seek the cauldron to heal," the voice continued. "But what really needs healing?" Finn found himself confronted with his own image. Not the legendary warrior, but the man behind the legend. He saw the weight he carried, the loneliness of command, the constant fear of failing those who depended on him. "True strength," whispered the voice, now sounding like a mixture of everyone he had lost, "is not in not feeling pain, but in continuing to feel it, and still moving forward." Realization hit Finn like a ray of light through the darkness. The cauldron wasn't to erase his scars or eliminate his painful memories. It was to help him accept that these experiences had made him who he was. When the fog cleared, Finn found himself in an ancient chamber where the cauldron of Caradwyn rested on a stone pedestal. It was not a grand object, as the legends described, but a simple cauldron, marked by time and use. Aithna appeared at his side, along with Oisin and Diarmuid. "The cauldron heals not by erasing," she explained softly, "but by helping to understand." Every scar is a story, every pain a lesson, every loss a memory of love. Finn approached the cauldron, his hands touching the ancient metal. There was no explosion of light or spectacular magic, just a gentle feeling of acceptance and understanding spreading through his being. The wounds we carry, he said, his voice thick with emotion, are also our greatest strengths. The return to mortal lands was smoother than the arrival. When they emerged through the veil, they found that only one day had passed in the world of men, although their experiences seemed to have lasted an eternity. The Fianna camp welcomed them with joy and curiosity, but the three travelers carried with them a serenity that went beyond words. Scylla, watching their returns, smiled knowingly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" she asked, although her wise eyes already knew the answer. Finn touched his scar, now no longer a reminder of pain, but a symbol of growth. "We found something greater than healing," he replied. "We found understanding." That night, around the campfire, Oisin composed a poem about his journey, his words weaving a tapestry of experience and wisdom. Diarmuid listened with a new respect, his own understanding of life's scars reflected in the poet's words. And Finn, the legendary leader of the Fianna, watched his warriors with new eyes. Each of them bore their own scars, visible and invisible. And in each of those marks was a story of strength and survival. The cauldron of Caradwyn remained in the lands of the others, but its true power traveled with them, not in the form of magical healing, but in the deep understanding that our wounds make us who we are, and that true healing comes from acceptance and growth through pain. It was a radiant spring morning at Oak Farm, where the golden sun gently bathed the green fields, and the dew still sparkled on the leaves of the trees. In the quietest corner of the barn, next to the small geese pond, Mama Duck was carefully laying her precious eggs, her nest painstakingly made using soft straw and delicate feathers, housed 6 pearl-white eggs and a particularly large one with a slightly grayish tinge. Senora Patricia, as she was known among the farm animals, was an experienced and respected duck. Her light brown feathers were always well groomed, and her motherly manner made her a beloved figure to everyone. This would be her 3rd batch of chicks, and as always, she dedicated every moment of her days to protecting and warming her eggs, only leaving for quick meals at the nearby pond. The barn was a busy place, full of life and stories. There was Daisy Cow, always willing to offer unsolicited advice. Theodore the horse, who loved to tell stories of his racing days. And the gossip hens, an inseparable trio who knew everything that happened on the farm. High up in the rafters, Sabina, the owl, watched everyone with her wise golden eyes, rarely interfering, but always attentive. As the days went by, Senora Patricia's anxiety grew. She talked to her eggs, hummed old lullabies, and occasionally received visits from her best friend, Gertrude the duck, who lived on the other side of the lake. "Darling," said Gertrude in her worried way, looking at the larger grayish egg, "are you sure this is yours? It looks so different." Senora Patricia always defended all her eggs with equal fervor. "Each child is unique, Gertrude," she replied firmly, smoothing her feathers over the eggs. The important thing is that they're all here warm and safe. The gossip hens, however, never missed an opportunity to speculate about the different egg. I heard it might be a goose egg, whispered Celestina, the oldest of the three, or maybe even a turkey, added Benedita, the middle one. Imagine the shame, added Clotilde, the youngest, waving her red crest in disapproval. On a particularly hot day when the sun was already high in the sky, Senora Patricia felt the first movements under her feathers. Her heart raced with excitement as she watched tiny cracks appear in the shells. One by one, the eggs began to break apart, revealing adorable yellow ducklings who immediately began to chirp and snuggle up to their mother. The last one to hatch was precisely the one from the largest grayish egg. The shell cracked with more difficulty, and when the chick finally emerged, a momentary silence overtook the barn. It was a considerably larger duckling than its siblings with a grayish fluff, instead of the traditional yellow longer legs, and a neck that seemed disproportionately long. "Oh dear," exclaimed Gertrude, who had arrived to meet the newborns. The gossiping hens immediately began their whispering, and even Daisy Cow, always so diplomatic, couldn't hold back a hum of surprise. Mrs. Patricia, however, showed no sign of rejection. She welcomed the different duckling, with the others covering him with the same love and care. "Come along, my little ones," she called sweetly. "Let's learn to swim." The next few days were a mixture of joy and worry. While the yellow ducklings swam with natural grace, the different duckling, although he could also swim very well, drew attention to his clumsy movements when walking. His longer legs occasionally tripped him up, and his larger size made him less agile on dry land. The other animals on the farm, especially the younger ones, began to make nasty comments. "Look at the way he walks," laughed the chicks. "He always looks like he's about to fall over," sneered the piglets. Even his own siblings, influenced by the environment, began to shy away from him during playtime. Sabina the owl, from her post in the rafters of the barn, watched everything with her keen eyes. One evening, when the different duckling was alone by the pond, she decided to come down from her perch for a chat. "You know," she began in her soft, deep voice, "sometimes being different isn't a curse, but a gift we haven't discovered yet." The duckling looked at her with his big, sad eyes. "But why did I have to be different? Why can't I be like my brothers?" The wise owl smoothed her feathers thoughtfully before replying, "Each creature has its own path to follow, little one. Time will reveal yours." With these enigmatic words, she flew off silently, leaving the duckling immersed in his thoughts. At night, while everyone was asleep, the different duckling would often sneak down to the edge of the lake to look at its reflection in the calm waters. In the moonlight, his distorted image seemed even stranger, and a deep feeling of not belonging began to grow in his heart. He loved his mother, and knew that she loved him too, but with each passing day, it became harder to bear the stares, whispers, and laughter of the other farm animals. It was on one of these lonely nights that he made a decision that would change his life forever. With a heavy heart, but determined, he decided that he needed to leave. Perhaps somewhere else he could find others like him, or at least a place where being different wouldn't be the cause of so much derision and loneliness. The next morning, before the first rays of sunlight touched the horizon, the different duckling gathered all his courage. With silent steps, he approached his sleeping mother, and holding back tears, whispered one last, "Goodbye." Mrs. Patricia stirred slightly in her sleep, but did not wake up, while her little brothers continued to nestle little yellow balls of soft feathers. The morning dew dampened his feathers as he walked away from the barn, past the great oak that gave the farm its name. The cold dawn wind made his hair stand on end, but he walked on determined. As he got further away, the familiar sounds of the farm were fading into the background. The distant crowing of the rooster, the soft mooing of the cows, and even the whispering of the gossiping hens now seemed just a distant memory. His first stop was a small stream that meandered through a field of daisies. There he met some wild ducks who, to his surprise, didn't seem too interested in his different appearance. Around here, everyone is different in their own way, explained an elderly duck with white spots on its wings. The important thing is to know how to swim and find food. For a few days, the duckling stayed with the group of wild ducks, learning their customs and way of life. They taught him how to find the best grains and insects hidden among the aquatic plants, and how to dive deep to escape predators. For the first time since he could remember, he felt almost accepted. However, the peace was short-lived. One morning, Hunter's gunfire echoed through the air, scattering the group in all directions. In the midst of the chaos and panic, the different duckling flew as far as it could, its not yet fully developed wings struggling against the wind. When it finally landed, it was alone again in an unknown and dark swamp. The swamp was a very different place from the cozy farm he knew. The twisted trees cast strange shadows over the murky water, and mysterious sounds echoed in the darkness. It was there that he met two wild geese, eccentric creatures who amused themselves with their own incomprehensible jokes. "You're certainly the ugliest duck we've ever seen," said one of them, laughing. "But that can be an advantage around here. No one will want to hunt something so clumsy." The other goose added, "Why don't you join us? We're all a bit odd, really." Despite the rudeness of the comments, the duckling considered the offer. After all, these geese seemed to accept their difference even if it was in a peculiar way. But before he could reply, more shots cut through the air. "Run!" shouted one of the geese, but it was too late for them. The duckling dived quickly into the muddy water, its heart beating wildly as it heard the flapping of wings and the distant gunshots. When it emerged, it was alone again. The silence of the swamp now seemed even more oppressive, and a deep sadness took hold of his heart. He thought of his mother, of her warm and safe nest, and of Sabina, the owl's words. Had she made a mistake in leaving? The weeks turned into months, and the duckling continued its lonely journey. Summer began to give way to fall, and the leaves on the trees painted the world in shades of red and gold. He grew every day, his legs became stronger, and his neck longer, but his appearance continued to cause strangeness wherever he went. In a small pond surrounded by tall reeds, he met a group of frogs who were watching him curiously. "You don't look much like a duck," commented a wise old frog, scratching his wrinkled chin. "But you don't exactly look like a goose either. What are you anyway?" I don't know," replied the duckling, realizing for the first time that he really didn't know his true identity. This revelation deeply disturbed him, adding another layer of confusion to his already complicated existence. A family of field mice living near the pond tried to console him. The mother mouse in particular showed great compassion. "Darling," she said, offering him some seeds she had collected, "it doesn't matter what you are. What's important is what's in your heart." Words up, but even the kindness of the little rodents couldn't completely assuage his loneliness. At night, while the mice snuggled in their warm, safe burrows, the duckling slept alone among the reeds, dreaming of a place where he would finally belong. Autumn was fast approaching, and with it came the first signs of winter. The mornings dawned with a thin layer of frost covering the vegetation, and the wind became increasingly biting. The mice bid him a sad farewell, needing to retreat to their burrows for the coming winter. "You need to find shelter," warned the mother mouse on her last visit. "The winter here is too harsh to stay out in the open." But the duckling, still without a place to call home, decided to continue his journey, hoping to find a more welcoming place before the bitter cold arrived. So he left the pond of frogs and mice, carrying with him the memories of their brief friendship and the words of wisdom they had shared. As he flew over fields already yellowed by autumn, his heart still carried the hope of finding his true place in the world, even though the cold and loneliness increasingly threatened to freeze that flame of hope that still burned in his chest. The biting wind whipped the duckling's feathers as it sought shelter. Winter had arrived in full force, transforming the landscape into a hostile white blanket. The lakes and streams were beginning to freeze over, making it increasingly difficult to find food and drinking water. Mother Mouse's words of warning echoed in his mind as he struggled against the icy gusts. In his search for shelter, he found a small abandoned barn near a dense forest. The place was dilapidated with loose boards and gaps through which the wind whistled, but it still offered more protection than the outside environment. There he met an elderly sparrow who had also sought shelter from the blizzard. "You remind me of someone," said the sparrow, tilting his head to get a better look at the duckling. "A long time ago, I saw majestic creatures like you flying over the forest lake." Oh, the duckling was intrigued by the comment, but before he could ask more, the sparrow fell asleep, curled up in his corner of the barn. The nights were especially difficult. The cold penetrated through his feathers, and hunger tortured his stomach. To survive, he had to scrape the ice off the lakes in search of some submerged vegetation or look for seeds buried in the snow. His paws, once a source of shame because they were different, now helped him to walk better on the ice. One particularly frosty afternoon, while looking for food, the duckling heard a familiar sound, the flapping of wings. Looking up into the sky, he saw a group of large birds flying in formation. There was something about them that fascinated him, the gracefulness of their movements, their long necks, their snow-white feathers. For a moment, he felt an inexplicable connection with these distant creatures. The sparrow, who occasionally accompanied him in his search for food, noticed his interest. "They're swans," he explained, "the noblest birds I've ever met. They migrate south during the winter, where the lakes remain unfrozen." The duckling continued to watch until the swans disappeared over the horizon, carrying a piece of his heart with them. The days dragged on, each one bringing new challenges. One morning, while trying to break through the ice to get a drink of water, his paws got stuck in the frozen surface. The more he struggled, the harder it became to break free. Panic began to take hold of him, and his cries for help echoed through the freezing air. It was a family of deer that saved him. The mother deer, with her big gentle eyes, used her hooves to carefully break the ice around the duckling's feet. "You need to be more careful, little one," she warned, as her cubs looked on curiously. "Winter can be treacherous for those who travel alone." The deer invited him to spend a few nights in a protected clearing where her family sheltered. There among the deer, the duckling found a brief moment of peace. The cubs didn't make fun of his appearance, and the mother deer always made sure he had some tender shoots to eat. "There's something noble about you," the deer said one night as they watched the stars through the treetops. "Something that goes beyond your current appearance. Have patience, little one. Spring always comes, bringing with it new beginnings." However, the tranquility was interrupted when hunters approached the clearing. The deer had to leave in a hurry, and the duckling found himself alone again. The winter seemed endless, and his strength diminished day by day. His feathers, once just different, were now always damp and heavy with frost. In his darkest moments, he wondered if he would survive to see spring. Sabina, the owl's words, seemed distant now, almost like a dream. Was it his destiny just to endure the cold and loneliness forever? One night, exhausted and almost frozen, the duckling found a small woodcutter's hut next to a frozen lake. Through the window, he could see the warm glow of a fireplace. An old woman lived there, with her cat and hen. Seeing the duckling's sorry state, she let him in. "Poor thing," she murmured, placing it near the fire. "You must be freezing." The cat and the hen watched him suspiciously, but the lady insisted that he stay at least until he recovered. The days in the hut were a mixture of comfort and discomfort. The warmth of the fireplace was welcome, but the cat constantly teased him, and the hen never missed an opportunity to comment on his strange appearance. "What kind of duck can't cluck properly?" she mocked. Even though the shelter and food were guaranteed, the duckling felt that something was missing. At night, looking out of the cabin window, he saw the frozen lake glistening in the moonlight. His heart yearned for something that even he didn't fully understand: a freedom, a purpose, an identity. It was during one of these nights of contemplation that he made his decision. Despite the kindness of the old lady, this was not his place. As soon as the first signs of spring began to appear, he would leave again. His journey was not yet over, and somewhere beyond the frozen horizon, his true destiny awaited him. The first signs of spring began to appear subtly. The ice covering the pond near the old lady's cottage was beginning to melt around the edges, and small green shoots were timidly emerging through the lingering snow. The duckling, which had grown considerably over the winter, felt an inexplicable stirring in its heart. One morning, while the lady slept and the cat hunted mice in the barn, the duckling approached the cottage window. The sun was rising differently now, more golden and welcoming, and flocks of birds were beginning to return from their long journeys south. It was then that he knew it was time to leave. He left the hut quietly, but not before placing a feather of his own next to the kind lady's armchair, as a silent thank you for her kindness during the hardest months of winter. The air was still cold, but there was a promise of warmth in the wind blowing from the south. His wings, now stronger after the winter's enforced rest, carried him over fields that were beginning to turn green. During the flight, he noticed that his body had changed significantly. It was bigger, stronger, and its movements in the air were more graceful than they had ever been. On his journey, he came across a small, partially thawed lake where he decided to land to rest. As he drank the water, he noticed his reflection in the crystal clear surface, and something caught his eye. Its feathers were no longer just gray, they were beginning to show a different sheen, almost silver in some parts. I noticed the change too, said a voice above him. It was the sparrow from the abandoned barn, coincidentally making his own way back to his summer territory. You're no longer that frightened little duckling I met in winter. There's something majestic emerging in you. The sparrow's words echoed in his mind as he continued his journey. Everywhere he went, he noticed that the other animals looked at him differently now. There was no longer mockery in their gazes, just a kind of curious admiration. In a flowery field, he came across a group of young rabbits who, instead of running away, frightened, approached him with interest. You look like those beautiful birds we saw flying the other day, exclaimed one of the bunnies, his eyes shining with excitement. What birds? Asked the duckling, his heart racing inexplicably. The big white ones with long necks, replied another bunny. They landed on the big lake beyond those hills. That information awakened something deep inside him. He remembered the majestic birds he had seen in winter, the comments of the elderly sparrow, and the enigmatic words of the Sabine owl so many months ago. Could it be? With new determination, he decided to head in the direction indicated by the bunnies. The flight over the hills was long, but his wings seemed tireless, driven by a force that went beyond the physical. When he finally caught sight of the great lake, his heart almost stopped. There they were, the same majestic birds he had seen during the winter, swans as the sparrow had called them. They floated gracefully over the blue waters, their long necks curving in elegant arcs, their white feathers glistening in the spring sunshine. With a mixture of awe and fascination, the duckling landed in the water at a safe distance from the group. His heart was beating so loudly that he feared it could be heard all along the lake shore. Then something extraordinary happened. One of the young swans swam towards him. There was no hostility in its movements, just a gentle curiosity. When it got closer, it tilted its head slightly, as if studying you. You must be new here, he said in a soft voice. Welcome to our pond. The duckling was stunned. There was no mockery, no rejection, just acceptance. Confused, he looked at his reflection in the water and for the first time really saw himself. Its feathers were no longer gray. They had turned a pure, brilliant white. Its neck, once awkwardly long, was now elegant and graceful. It was no longer a different duckling. It was a young swan. The words of the Sabine owl came back to his mind with crystal clarity. Sometimes being different is not a curse, but a gift we have yet to discover. Now, he finally understood. All the trials, all the loneliness, and all the suffering had been part of his journey of transformation. Other swans approached, welcoming him as one of their own. Among them was an older couple who watched him with a special twinkle in their eyes. We remember, said the female swan sweetly. One of our eggs was lost during a storm last spring. It must have rolled into a duck's nest. The revelation hit him like a ray of sunshine through dark clouds. His story, his origins, everything began to make sense. He wasn't an ugly duckling. He had always been a swan just waiting for his moment to blossom. As the spring days grew longer and warmer, the young swan learned more and more about his true nature from his new family. The older swans taught him the traditions of their people, such as flying in formation, finding the best places to feed, and building safe nests. However, amidst the joy of his discovery and new life, one lingering memory accompanied him: Lady Patricia, the duck, who had hatched him and loved him unconditionally, even when everyone else rejected him. At night, as he floated under the stars with his swan brothers, he thought about her and how she must have suffered from his sudden departure. "You seem distant," observed his birth mother one morning as they swam together in the lake. "Is something troubling you?" The young swan hesitated for a moment before replying, "I'm thinking of the duck that raised me. She loved me when no one else did, and I left without saying goodbye properly." The older swan gently touched her son's neck, a gesture of understanding between their species. "True love manifests itself in many ways," she said wisely. "Perhaps it's time to make peace with your past." So, one clear morning, the young swan decided it was time to return to Oak Farm. His biological parents and swan brothers understood his need and supported him in his decision. "Sometimes," said his swan father, "we need to go back to really move forward." The flight back was different from all his previous journeys. There was no longer any fear or uncertainty in his heart, just a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. His strong wings carried him confidently through the blue sky, and he could recognize the landmarks he had passed on his escape so many months ago. When he spotted the large oak tree that gave the farm its name, his heart raced. The farm seemed smaller than he remembered, but it still retained that welcoming atmosphere that had so comforted him in his early days. From his privileged height, he could see the barn, the small pond, and even the place where his old nest used to be. As he landed gracefully on the farm pond, he caused a stir among the animals. The gossiping hens, who were still the same, immediately began their excited whispering. "A swan, a real swan on our farm," they exclaimed, without recognizing in him the duckling they had criticized so much. Daisy Cow, older and wiser, now approached the edge of the lake, watching him with her gentle eyes. There was a glint of recognition in her gaze, but she kept a discreet smile, allowing him to conduct his own return. It was then that he saw her, Mrs. Patricia, his adoptive mother, swimming calmly with a new group of ducklings. She was a little older, her feathers a little grayer, but her maternal bearing remained the same. The young swan swam towards her, its heart overflowing with emotion. Lady Patricia stopped as she saw him approaching, her eyes widening in recognition. Even transformed into a majestic swan, there was something in his eyes, in the way he moved, that a mother could never forget. "My son," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. "Yes, Mamma," he replied softly. "It's me." The little ducklings watched curiously as their mother approached the great white swan, gently touching its neck with her beak in a gesture of deep affection. Words were not needed to express all the love and longing contained in that moment. The news of his return spread quickly around the farm. Sabina the owl came down from her perch to see him, her golden eyes shining with satisfaction. "I knew," she said simply, "that you would find your way." During that special day, the young swan shared with Lady Patricia all his adventures, the harsh winter, the kindness of the lady of the cottage, and finally, the discovery of his true identity. She listened attentively, her motherly heart filling with pride at all the strength and courage her different son had shown. "I always knew there was something special about you," she said, "from the first moment I saw you come out of the egg. Being different was never your fault, but your greatest virtue." Before leaving, the young swan had one last conversation with Sabina the owl. "Your words have accompanied me throughout my journey," he said. The old owl tilted her head thoughtfully. "Sometimes we need to lose ourselves in order to find ourselves," she replied. "Your journey wasn't just about discovering that you were a swan, but about discovering who you really are inside." As she said goodbye, she promised Mrs. Patricia that she would come back to visit her regularly. "You will always be my mother," he said, "no matter how much time passes or how far I fly." As he took off back to his new home on the big lake, the young swan carried with him a deeper understanding of love, acceptance, and true beauty. His story was no longer about being an ugly duckling, but about the journey of self-discovery that everyone in one way or another has to undertake. And so he flew back to his family of swans, his heart light, and full knowing that he had found not only his true identity, but also the certainty that being different was never a curse. It was, in fact, the most precious gift he could have received. The crystal clear waters of Mystic Lake reflected the starry sky as Luna, the young princess of Clearwater, sat at the water's edge, her bare feet playing with the small waves that washed ashore. Her long silver blue hair, a distinctive mark of royal lineage, danced softly in the night breeze. Since she was little, Luna has always felt a special connection with the lake, but it wasn't until her 16th birthday that she discovered the true scope of her gifts. "Princess Luna," whispered an ethereal voice, emerging from the depths of the lake. It was Naiad, a former guardian of the waters, who had become his mentor and confidant in recent months. The water spirit's translucent figure materialized before her, her pearly eyes shining with concern. The currents whisper unrest. Something is shifting in the depths. Luna straightened up, her pale blue dress brushing the damp grass. "What do you mean, Naiad? Are the spirits agitated again?" "It is more than unrest, my young friend. The Aquarians are moving. After centuries of isolation, they are beginning to question the ancient agreement that keeps our worlds apart. The Aquarians, an underwater civilization that inhabited the depths of the Mystic Lake, were known only through ancient legends in the kingdom of Clearwater. For most surface dwellers, they were nothing more than stories to put children to sleep. But Luna knew the truth. They were as real as the air she breathed. At Clearwater Palace, the routine continued its normal course. King Marcus, Luna's father, was leading another royal council meeting, discussing the latest news about the strange occurrences at the lake. Fishermen reported mysteriously cut nets, damaged boats, and, most worryingly, water levels fluctuating inexplicably. "Your Majesty," began Counselor Thaddeus, a middle-aged man with shrewd eyes and a perpetually worried expression, "we can no longer ignore these signs. Something is happening at the lake, and we need to take action. Luna, who had returned to the palace and was now observing the meeting from a discreet corner of the hall, felt her heart sink. She knew more than she could reveal, but how could she explain without exposing her secret gift? Father, she finally spoke up, drawing all eyes. Perhaps we should consider a more diplomatic approach to this situation. King Marcus looked at his only daughter with a mixture of pride and concern. What do you mean, my dear? The ancient stories tell of a people who live in the depths. What if, instead of preparing for conflict, we tried to establish communication? A murmur of disbelief ran through the room. Counselor Thaddeus laughed openly. Forgive me, Princess, but these are just fairy tales. We have real problems to solve. That night, as the full moon bathed the kingdom in its silvery light, Luna found herself once again at the lakeside, this time accompanied by her best friend, Kai, a young fisherman with in-depth knowledge of the local waters. They don't believe me, Kai, Luna sighed, throwing a small rock into the water. How can I protect two worlds when one of them doesn't even believe in the other's existence? Kai, sitting next to him, watched the circles that formed on the surface of the water. Maybe I don't have to do this alone. If the Aquarians are really speaking out, soon everyone will have to believe it. As if responding to his words, the surface of the lake began to bubble unnaturally. A figure emerged from the waters. Not a naiad, but an Aquarian. His skin had a bluish glow, with small silver scales at his temples, and his eyes were as wide and deep as the lake itself. Princess Luna, the creature spoke, its melodious voice echoing through the night air. I am Marinus, ambassador of the sunken kingdom. We have come to seek your help. Kai gaped, but Luna maintained her composure, years of royal training evident in her posture. How can I help you? Our kingdom is dying, Marinus explained, his eyes reflecting an ancient sadness. The magical chains that hold our city together are weakening, and we fear that without the cooperation of the surface people, we will not survive the next full moon. Luna felt the weight of responsibility fall on her shoulders. On one side, his kingdom, which barely believed in the existence of Aquarians. On the other, an entire civilization on the verge of collapse. And in the middle, she, a princess with a unique gift that could be the key to avoiding an imminent disaster. Why now? Kai asked, finding the courage to speak up. Why after so long in silence? Marinus turned his piercing gaze to the young fisherman. Because the ancient magics are failing. The balance that kept our worlds apart is unraveling. If we don't act soon, both kingdoms will suffer the consequences. Luna looked at the starry sky, then at the deep waters of the lake, and finally at her friend Kai. In his heart, he knew this was just the beginning of a journey that would change not only his life, but the destiny of two worlds. The question was, how to convince his father and his kingdom that the legends were real, and that cooperation, not conflict, was the only path to survival. The waters of the lake continued to gently undulate, as if the body of water itself was awaiting his decision. Luna knew that every moment was precious, every decision crucial. Time was running out, and she would need all her courage, wisdom, and special gift to unite two worlds that had long ago chosen to remain apart. With her heart racing, Luna stood up with determination. Marinus, I need time to convince my father and the council. I can't just show up with you without laying the groundwork first. The Aquarian ambassador tilted his head slightly. I understand, Princess, but remember, when the next full moon rises, the magical chains may break completely. Kai, who was watching the interaction with fascination, suggested, what if we could show evidence of their existence, something that not even Counselor Thaddeus could deny? Luna's eyes lit up with an idea. Naiad, she called, and the water spirit materialized at her side. Can you help us document the situation in the depths? I can do better than that. Young princess, replied Naiad, her ethereal body shimmering. I can create a temporary bridge between worlds, allowing you and your friend to visit the sunken realm without needing to breathe underwater. Marinus raised his eyebrows, surprised by the suggestion. That would be unprecedented, but maybe it's exactly what we need. The next morning, Luna reported to the council hall earlier than usual. His father, King Marcus, was alone, reviewing documents. Father, she began, her voice steady despite her nervousness. I need you to listen to me carefully. What's happening at the lake is more complex than we realize. The king left the documents aside, devoting his full attention to his daughter. Luna then began to explain about her gift, about how she could communicate with water spirits since she was little, and about Aquarians. To his surprise, his father showed no disbelief, just deep concern. I always knew you were special, Luna, he said finally. Your mother, she had that gift too. I never told you because she made me promise to keep it a secret until you found out for yourself. The revelation hit Luna like a wave. My mother, she could also, yes, and it was through her that we kept peace with the sunken kingdom for so long. When she passed away, I thought the agreement had died with her. With tears in her eyes, Luna hugged her father. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Because sometimes protecting means letting someone discover their own path, he replied, stroking his daughter's hair. But now, we must act. The council will not be easily convinced. That afternoon, Luna and Kai met again with Naiad and Marinos. With the king's secret blessing, they prepared to visit the sunken kingdom. Naiad enveloped the two young people in a bluish glow, creating a bubble of magical air around them. This will keep them safe and breathing normally, the water spirit explained. But remember, the magic only lasts until the next sunrise. Diving into the crystal, clear waters of the lake, Luna and Kai discovered a world beyond their imagination. The sunken kingdom was a city of crystal and coral, with buildings that appeared to have been carved from the water currents themselves. Aquarians of all ages swam through floating streets, their bodies shining with blue and silver scales. However, the beauty of the kingdom was tarnished by obvious signs of deterioration. Some structures had cracks, and the magical currents that kept everything in balance pulsed irregularly, like a weakened heart. How did this happen? Asked Luna, watching a group of Aquarians trying to repair a crystal pillar. The magical currents are fueled by the harmony between our worlds. Marinus explained, when his people began to exploit the lake more intensively, dumping waste and disturbing the water spirits, the balance began to unravel. Kai pulled out a small recording device he had brought with him, beginning to document everything he saw. That should be enough to convince even the most skeptical of the board. As they explored more of the city, they encountered the queen of the Aquarians, Coralia, an imposing figure with hair that seemed to be made of living sea currents. "Princess Luna," she greeted, "your presence here renews our hopes. Your mother was a great ally to our people." "My mother," Luna hesitated, still processing the day's revelations. "She helped keep the peace between our kingdoms. And now, you must do the same," added Coralia. "But the challenge you face is even greater. The magical currents are weaker than they have ever been." Returning to the surface, Luna and Kai carried not only physical evidence of the Aquarian's existence, but also a deeper understanding of the urgency of the situation. The sun was beginning to set when they emerged from the lake, finding King Marcus waiting anxiously on the shore. "Summon the council for a special meeting tomorrow at dawn," Luna said determinedly. "It's time for everyone to know the truth." His father nodded, but his eyes revealed concern. "Not everyone will easily accept this change, my daughter. Some may see it as a threat to our way of life. Then we'll have to show them that the only real threat is inaction," Luna replied, exchanging a meaningful look with Kai. "Our worlds are more connected than we realize, and the time has come to recognize that." That night, as the stars appeared in the sky, Luna remained in her quarters, preparing herself for what would be possibly the greatest challenge of her life. In his hands, he held a medallion that had belonged to his mother, now discovering small Aquarian symbols engraved on its surface. Each piece of the puzzle began to fall into place, revealing a legacy greater than she had ever imagined. Dawn arrived with a palpable tension in the air. Luna adjusted her formal dress and fastened her mother's locket around her neck, feeling its weight as a reminder of her responsibility. In the great council hall, the chairs began to fill with nobles and advisors, all curious about the reason for this extraordinary summons. Kai waited near the entrance, holding the records they had collected the day before. His eyes met Luna's, conveying silent confidence. King Marcus took his central place, and Luna positioned herself at his side, ready to face what was to come. "Members of the council," the king began, his voice reverberating through the hall. "My daughter has important revelations regarding the events at the Mystic Lake." Counselor Thaddeus wasted no time in demonstrating his skepticism. "Your Majesty, with all due respect, we have already discussed these matters thoroughly." Luna took a step forward, her presence exuding an authority that surprised everyone. "What I have to show you today goes beyond previous discussions." She motioned to Kai, who began projecting the captured images of the sunken realm. Murmurs of astonishment filled the hall. The crystal-clear images clearly showed the underwater city, its inhabitants, and most importantly, the signs of deterioration of the magical structures. "As you can see," Luna continued, "the Aquarians are not legends. They are our neighbors, and they are facing a crisis that will affect both kingdoms if we do not act quickly." Lady Helena, one of the senior counselors, leaned forward. "That's extraordinary. But how can we be sure they don't pose a threat?" "Because we have kept peace with them before," King Marcus intervened, surprising everyone. through the late queen who possessed the same gift as Luna. The revelations continued as Luna explained in detail the situation of the magical currents and how the actions of the surface affected the underwater balance. Some counselors were receptive, others maintained expressions of distrust. Naiad chose this moment to materialize in the center of the room, causing commotion. I can attest to the truth in Princess Luna's words, declared the water spirit. Time is running out, and with it, the chance to preserve both kingdoms. Counselor Thaddeus stood up abruptly. This is nonsense. Magic? Underwater creatures? Are we going to base important decisions on fairy tales? These are not fairy tales. A new voice echoed through the hall. Marinus emerged from a nearby decorative fountain, his majestic presence silencing the protests. We are as real as you, and our fates are intertwined. The initial chaos of Marinus's appearance was gradually replaced by a wary fascination. The Aquarian ambassador eloquently explained the shared history of their people and how mutual cooperation had always brought prosperity to both sides. Luna watched the expressions change from fear to curiosity, from disbelief to acceptance. Even Thaddeus seemed less combative, although he still maintained a suspicious look. I propose a renewed alliance, declared Luna. We can establish guidelines for lake use that benefit both peoples. Our fishermen can learn safe routes from the Aquarians, and in return, we can help strengthen the magical currents through more conscious practices. The debate that followed was intense but constructive. Practical questions were raised. How to establish regular communication? What areas would be reserved for each kingdom? How to train surface dwellers to respect the new boundaries? Kai, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. As a fisherman, I can guarantee that many of us have already suspected something special in the lake's waters. Adapting our practices will be a small price to pay for harmony. As the meeting progressed, Luna felt the locket around her neck warm gently. As she touched it, a sudden memory of her mother emerged. A kind smile, words of wisdom about bringing disparate people together for the greater good. The next full moon is only 3 days away, Marinus reminded. We need to act quickly to strengthen the magical chains before it's too late. King Marcus stood up, his decision clear on his face. The council will vote now. Who supports the proposed alliance with the sunken kingdom? One by one, the counselors began to raise their hands. Even Thaddeus, after a moment's hesitation, joined the majority. Luna felt her heart lighten, but she knew this was just the first step. We will need volunteers to form a cooperation committee, she announced. People willing to learn about the sunken kingdom and help implement the necessary changes. To his surprise, several counselors immediately volunteered. Lady Helena was the first, followed by others who seemed genuinely interested in building bridges between the two worlds. As the sun reached its highest point in the sky, the meeting ended with a feeling of renewed hope. Luna, Kai, and Marinus gathered in a corner of the room to start planning their next steps. This was just the beginning, said Luna, aware of the immense work they had ahead of them. We have 3 days to prepare everything before the full moon, and much to teach both sides, added Marinus, a soft smile on his aquatic face. But for the first time in generations, I feel like we can actually succeed. Naiad floated next to them, her ethereal body reflecting the sunlight. The water spirits are pleased with this development. We will help in any way we can to strengthen the magical currents. Luna looked out the hall window at the mystic lake, its waters sparkling in the midday sun. In 3 days, the full moon would rise over those waters, and the fate of 2 kingdoms would be decided. But now, at least, she was no longer alone in her mission. The next 3 days were a whirlwind of activity. Luna barely had time to rest, coordinating meetings between representatives of the 2 kingdoms and overseeing preparations for the full moon ritual. The Clearwater Palace was transformed into a planning center, with maps of the lake and ancient documents spread across several tables. Kai dedicated himself to working with the fishermen, explaining the new routes and restricted areas. Surprisingly, many of them already had stories to share about mysterious encounters in the waters, and now it all made sense. It's like we always knew there was something more there, commented an elderly fisherman. We just needed someone to show us the truth. On the eve of the full moon, Luna found herself at the lakeside again with Naiad, reviewing the details of the ritual. The magical currents need to be strengthened at specific points, explained the water spirit, creating a luminous map on the surface of the water. We will need representatives from both kingdoms at each location. And how exactly do we strengthen the chains? Asked Luna, studying the map carefully. Through the union of magic, replied Marinus, emerging from the waters. The gift of water communicators, like you and your mother, serves as a bridge between the magics of the surface and the depths. Lady Helena, who had become a valuable ally, arrived bearing ancient parchments discovered in the royal library. I found records of similar rituals performed in the past, she announced, her eyes shining with excitement. Your mother left detailed notes, Princess. Luna took the parchment with shaking hands, recognizing her mother's elegant handwriting. The instructions were clear. The ritual would need to be performed simultaneously at 5 points around the lake, each representing an essential element for the balance between the worlds. Counselor Thaddeus, who was slowly becoming more receptive to the idea of the alliance, offered a surprising suggestion: the old lighthouses around the lake. I always wondered why they were built on a freshwater lake. Now it makes sense. Exactly, exclaimed Lady Helena. Lighthouses mark points of power. They were built by the first collaborators among our peoples. As the final preparations were made, Luna felt the weight of responsibility growing. It wasn't just a matter of avoiding a conflict. It was about restoring an ancient and precious harmony between 2 worlds that should never have separated. On the morning of the day of the ritual, the sky dawned with crystal clarity that seemed to foreshadow important events. Mixed teams of humans and Aquarians positioned themselves at the 5 lighthouses, each group led by a council member or an Aquarian ambassador. Luna, accompanied by Kai and Marinus, went to the central lighthouse, the tallest and oldest of them. His mother's locket pulsed gently against his chest, as if responding to the rising energy in the air. The water spirits are restless, observed Naiad, materializing beside them. They feel the change coming. Throughout the day, more and more people from the city gathered on the banks of the lake, attracted by the expectant atmosphere. Many brought offerings, flowers, crystals, small meaningful objects, following ancient traditions that had been forgotten but were now resurfacing in the collective memory. King Marcus visited each post, offering words of encouragement and ensuring that everyone was prepared for their roles. When he arrived at the central lighthouse, he hugged Luna for a long time. "Your mother would be proud," he whispered. "You have not only inherited his gift, but also his wisdom." The hours dragged on until dusk. Luna watched the sun set with a mixture of anxiety and determination. The waters of the lake began to sparkle differently, as if thousands of submerged stars were awakening. "It's time," Marinus announced, his voice carrying a solemn tone. "The full moon is rising." Luna climbed to the top of the central lighthouse, where an ancient stone basin waited. Following the instructions on her mother's scrolls, she removed the locket and placed it in the water, filling the basin. "Now, princess," instructed Naiad, "you must call upon both the water spirits and the magical currents. Your gift is the key that connects all the elements." Luna closed her eyes, feeling the energy flow through her. It was different from any time he had communicated with spirits before. More intense, deeper. The waters of the lake began to glow with an unearthly blue light, and she could feel every current, every movement in the depths. In each lighthouse, representatives of the two kingdoms joined forces, guided by the energy emanating from the central point. The full moon reached its peak in the sky, and Luna opened her eyes, her irises glowing with the same blue light that emanated from the lake. "It's now," she said, her voice blending with the sound of the water. "It's time to restore balance." An intense glow emanated from the medallion, submerged in the basin, radiating into 5 beams of light that connected all the headlights. The waters of the mystic lake began to move in circular patterns, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that left everyone present in reverent silence. Luna could feel the energy flowing through her, connecting the sky and the depths. It was as if he could see through the waters, watching the magical currents regenerate, strengthening the structures of the underwater realm. At her side, Kai held her hand, offering silent support, while Marinus led the Aquarian chants that echoed beneath the waters. "The currents are responding," whispered Naiad, her ethereal body pulsing in tune with the surging energy. "But it's still not enough. We need something more." It was then that Luna understood. It wasn't just about magic and rituals. It was about true unity, about breaking down the barriers that had kept the two worlds apart for so long. With sudden clarity, she knew what she needed to do. "People of clear water," his voice echoed, amplified by magical energy. "And people of the sunken kingdom, the time has come for us to truly come together, not just through agreements and rituals, but through our hearts." As he spoke, memories began to flow through the locket. Memories of his mother, of ancient times when the two kingdoms lived in harmony. The images were projected over the waters of the lake, visible to everyone. "For generations, we kept our distance from each other, out of fear and distrust," she continued. "But look around you. We are all guardians of these waters, all dependent on the balance we can only maintain. Together, people on the banks of the lake began to approach the water. At the same time, more Aquarians emerged to the surface, their graceful forms illuminated by the glow of the full moon. King Marcus, observing the scene, removed his crown and walked to the edge of the lake. As king of clear water, he declared, I promise that we will never again allow fear to separate us. This lake is not just ours, it is home to us all. Queen Corelia emerged from the waters, her majestic presence complementing that of the king. And as queen of the Aquarians, I promise that we will share our wisdom and magic to protect these waters and all who depend on them. The medallion in the basin began to pulse more intensely, and Luna felt a familiar presence. It was as if her mother were there, guiding her through the ritual. The magical currents beneath the lake's surface glowed brighter and brighter, restoring themselves and interweaving into new patterns. Kai, who was watching everything with amazed eyes, noticed something extraordinary. Look, the waters. They are changing. In fact, where there was once a clear division between the surface and the depths, a transition zone was now formed. A space where both peoples could meet comfortably. It was as if the lake itself was adapting to accommodate the new alliance. Lady Helena, from her post in one of the lighthouses, began reciting ancient words of unity found in the parchments. Others joined in the singing, their voices blending with the Aquarian chants in a unique harmony. Counselor Thaddeus, who had doubted so much, now stood at the water's edge, his hands outstretched in a gesture of acceptance. In all my years on the council, he admitted, I never imagined I would live to see something like this. The hours of night advanced, and the energy of the ritual reached its peak when the moon reached its zenith. Luna felt a wave of power pass through her body, and for a moment she could see through the eyes of everyone present. The hope of the humans, the gratitude of the Aquarians, the satisfaction of the water spirits. With a final flash of light, the ritual was completed. The waters of the lake calmed down, but something had fundamentally changed. The air seemed lighter, the waters more alive, and the invisible barrier that separated the two worlds had transformed into a bridge. It is done, Naiad announced, her form more solid than ever. The magical chains have been restored and strengthened. But more than that, a new type of magic has been created today, the magic of unity. Marinus swam to the surface, his eyes shining with excitement. Princess Luna, you didn't just save our kingdoms. You transformed them into something better. Luna came down from the lighthouse, exhausted but fulfilled. Her father met her halfway, wrapping her in a tight hug. Your mother always said you would do great things, he said, his voice breaking. She was right. In the days that followed, changes began to manifest themselves. Meeting points were established around the lake, where humans and Aquarians could interact freely. Fishermen learned routes that respected underwater territories, and in return, Aquarians shared their knowledge of currents and aquatic life. His mother's locket, now permanently shining, became a symbol of the new covenant. Luna wore it with pride, knowing that she had not only preserved her mother's legacy, but expanded it into something even greater. Kai, who had remained by his side throughout the journey, now led a group of young people dedicated to learning about both cultures. You know, he said one afternoon, as they watched human children playing with young Aquarians in the shallow waters. I think this has always been the destiny of the Mystic Lake, not to separate, but to unite. Luna smiled, watching the sunset reflect on the waters that now held not just secrets, but promises of a shared future. The lake had transformed, like all of them, into something richer and deeper than they had ever imagined. And so, in the waters of the mystic lake, two worlds became one, united by the courage of a princess who dared to see beyond appearances, by the ancient wisdom of the water spirits, and by the strength of love and understanding that, like the waters themselves, had the power to transform everything it touched.